I would like to introduce Shri Madan Daulatram, President Sindhi Seva Samiti, sponsors of Sindhi College. Sir hailed from a family of business community. As a graduate in commerce, took the responsibility of family business at an early age. His extraordinary business acumen got him the Midas touch, for which he earned respect among the fraternity of entrepreneurs in Karnataka and other states. He is a great visionary and an eminent leader. Under his leadership, all the educational institutions under the banner of Sindhi group of institutions have reached greater heights and public acclaim. It is his ability to take responsibility earned him authority in different fields of public service. He was the past president of Lions Club. During his tenure, rendered human service to the society. The philanthropist and the spiritual bent of mind have paved ways to render service to the society in more than one ways. Under his guidance, Sindhi Seva Samiti vaccinated more than 8,000 people. Several rounds of vaccination to the students, parents, and public reached more than 2,000 beneficiaries. Sindhi Seva Samiti served food free of cost during the lockdown to the patients, their family members, and those who were quarantined. Sindhi Seva Samiti also provided oxygen concentrator facility and the service to the needy. Blood donation camps have been organized by Sri Madan Daulatram Sir on many occasions through Lions Club and the college NSS unit to benefit the society. As a corporate social responsibility initiative, the college NSS volunteers and the management members successfully completed the construction of a government school building at Ramnagar that was inaugurated and handed over to the Department of Public Instructions by Sri Madan Daulatram. Sindhi College look forward to achieve several milestones under his able guidance and leadership. Now I would like to request Sri Madan Daulatram sir to give his presidential remarks. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning to one and all. Thank you for having me as a guest of honor for this international webinar. Employment versus employability. At the outset, I would like to thank our chief guest, Professor Ramchandra Gowda, for having consented to be the chief guest for this very relevant topic. Professor Valsala George, Professor Pillai Swami, Dr. George Thomas, and our very own principal, Dr. B.S. Srikanta, learned faculty members, and all those who have participated in this very relevant topic, employment versus employability. India got independence in the year 1947. At that point of time, the education, the literacy rate in our country was less than 12% of the population were literate. Today, with the efforts of the various governments, the educationists, and the various infrastructure created by this beautiful country over a period of 75 years, we have been able to achieve a literacy rate of more than 75% of India's population is today, I should say, literate. But literacy does not end, and literacy actually does not empower us with employment. Employment today, other than being a social and economic responsibility, is also a national security issue. If we don't have the number of people being employed, it creates a security problem because those educated youth will indulge into some untoward incidences which would be harmful for society. So the statistics which were given by our chief guest, Professor Ramchandra Gowda, that more than 90% of our educated youth are unemployable. It's a very, I should say, very disturbing statistics because They may have various degrees with them. They may be an MBA, they may be an MCOM. But if they are not able to get in proper employment, that means the fault lies with not the students, the fault lies with educationists like us. The fault lies with all of us who are today organizing this webinar. So it is very, very important. Other than the academic achievements which all educational institutions can boast of, if at the end of the year we can say that all the students who graduated from Sindhi College or from Aware International are employed and are happy with the employment, that would be a great achievement. So thanks to Dr. Srikanta and Dr. George for jointly organizing this webinar, because I'm sure I'm reminded of my school days when I was in standard 8. We had a professor of chemistry. He once called me and he said, here, take this. He gave me his scooter RC book and he gave me his insurance copy of the scooter. And he says, this New India insurance is just very close to your house. Why don't you get this insurance renewed for me? I was just a standard 8 student. I did not know what insurance was. But that task actually taught me that the vitals are insured and how you go to an insurance company to get the insurance renewed. So we need to be innovative while teaching our students as to how, because it is very disturbing when an MBA graduate does not know how to fill a bank challan. I'm sure many of them wouldn't know how to write a check. So I think we have failed miserably if we don't empower them with these basic skills, other than the education which we empower them with. So all the best to the learned faculty. I hope that this would be a very beneficial session for all those who have attended. And it will go a long way. And I wish many more such webinars are organized. And this becomes, our institution should become, like I said, an institute which empowers the basic knowledge to the students other than giving them the high degrees which they are writing for. Thank you and all the best for having me.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. It shows that how much concerned you are about the society and the educational institutions' responsibility, what it takes to generate the employable graduates. Thank you for your words of insights.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So with this, we come to the end of the inaugural session. On behalf of Sindhi College Management Committee, Principal, Vice Principal, and the organizing members, organizing committee members, and on my personal behalf, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to all the delegates, the chief guest, Professor Ramchandra Gowda sir, and the guest of honor, Professor Valsa George, Professor Pillaswamy, and our beloved President Sindhi Seva Samiti, Madan Dawlatram sir. Thank you one and all. Now we go ahead with technical session 1. For this, I would like to request Professor Grace to take over. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. It is very pleasant to welcome you all for today's first technical session on higher education and its relevance to employability. With the changing economy, no one has lifetime employment, but community colleges provide lifetime employability, said Barack Obama. I, Grace J., Assistant Professor, deem it my great privilege and honor to welcome the chairperson for the first technical session, Dr. Meera Venkat, President and CEO, Rise Global, Bengaluru. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome our resource person, Dr. Jacob Krasta, founder and chairman, CM Enviro Systems Private Limited, Bengaluru. A warm welcome to you, sir. Glad to welcome our resource person, Mr. B.K. Venugopal, Head of Professional Services for India and MEA. A warm welcome to you, sir. My heartfelt welcome to our principal, Dr. B.S. Srikanta, and Vice Principal, Professor Asha N., and all my dear colleagues and participants. Now, I call Professor Kirtana from the Department of Commerce to introduce Dr. Meera Venkat to the participants. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. All our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. I am Kirtana H, Assistant Professor from Department of Commerce, and I am profusely elated to take an opportunity to introduce our chairperson of the first technical session, Dr. Meera Venkat, President and CEO, Raise Global Bengaluru. Dr. Meera Venkat is globally recognized as a leading futurist, speaker, strategy advisor, and C-suite professional. Ma'am is the founder and president of Raise Global. Dr. Meera Venkat has taught leaders networks, which includes CEO, CFO, CHRO, CMO, and CPO, which helps leading organizations act today to create a successful tomorrow. Dr. Meera Venkat works globally as a strategy advisor to leading organizations, SMEs, MSMEs, and funded startups. Ma'am works with C-suite executives, board of directors, senior executives, and strategy teams to lead and stimulate effective strategic planning and thinking. Ma'am has deep expertise in facilitating strategic thinking among executive teams. Moreover, ma'am is the recipient of Women Economic Forum Award in the year 2018. She is the beneficiary of Global Women of Excellence Award, CIAC Global 2018. She has been awarded as Woman of Substance by NEFD Award by for Women in the year 2017. Similarly, she has been rewarded with a Business Excellence Award in the year 2016 by Future of India and CNBC. Besides, she has been endowed as the Best Woman Achiever Award for the year 2013 by PRI. Ma'am holds the following honorary positions, whereas she is the chairperson of WeLead Women Economic Forum, chairperson of ISTD, that is Indian Society of Learning and Development, Bangalore, chairperson, International Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Karnataka. She is a member of Special Committee, Aerospace, Bangalore Chamber of Industry and Commerce. Dr. Meera is a regular commentator and speaker in many forums and top colleges and universities in India. She has written and co-authored many articles in the books and magazines and also featured in many of the top news report magazines. I consider it a great honor to welcome you, ma'am. May I request you to take over the session? Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah. I think, first of all, I would like to thank, the Almighty for giving this wonderful opportunity to address all the gathering. My special gratitude and thanks goes to the professors, the chief guest, and my special thanks to Professor Swami, Dr. Srikant, all the management people from Sindhi College and all the management of Aware International Institute, the other faculties and other team members, the students and the other co-panel speakers with me. I think it has been a wonderful occasion to share this momentum with you. So I think today's topic is more on employability versus employment versus employability in the global scenario. I think it is very, very relevant topic because you see that we are going through a lot of a pandemic season at this point of time. And you would be addressing a lot of fear, uncertainty. And this is a VUCA world. So I think this is the right time to bring the clarity and to make the path very clear and visible. The academies need to take this initiative of giving the right path, showing the right path to the students. So I think today my previous speakers also shared a lot of data about the employability which is existing post, pre-pandemic, and what is going to happen post-pandemic. So if you view in that way, I think the sub topic which is being given to us, the higher education importance and its relevance to employability, holds a very valuable, I would say, topic at this point of time. If you think I'm just talking from the student's point of view, you might be thinking I'm already doing a lot of probably graduation right now, spending a lot of learning new technologies and things like that. Is it required that I have to pursue my higher education too? Is my education a graduation or a post graduation? Is it not enough for me to get into the industry? So just to answer this, I would like to just take an example of a soldier who is getting into the battlefield. A soldier has already been trained back to back in talking about what he needs to do when he goes into the war field. He needs to be really prepared. So he's been trained to use certain kind of weapons, certain kind of tools, and certain kind of decision-making abilities, and a lot of it, which can enable him to look through the war situation when the crisis happens. But if you see at relevant point, only when the soldiers are in the battlefield, they will actually witness what they are going to go through, and they would be taking decisions only when they are in that war situation. Imagine if you're a soldier and if you're getting into a battlefield. A battlefield will have a lot of noises, will have a lot of smokes, will have a lot of battle fights which are happening. So at that point of time, it is a kind of a crisis situation. You can't go back and see what you have learned and then come back and think and take decisions there. There, during that calamity, when you're having that smoke, when you're having noises, when you're having all these distractions which are happening, you should be equipped enough to look through all these difficulties and then take a decision at that point of time. That is where the higher education, when you're working and when you're reading with other university, when you're going with the peer groups, when you're going to take those kind of decisions, will be happening right through these situations. So whenever the crisis happens, a soldier should be able to look through these difficulties and then take a right kind of decision. That is what the higher education at this point of time can give you. So I think, people who are very equipped, well equipped, people who doesn't look at paying for a degree, but only looks at this as an education platform. You have to look at the future belongs to those who are prepared for today and tomorrow. You can't have that education is one time and then we are done with it when we have the graduation, when we are done with it when we are completing our certificate course or something like that. I don't think that is a purview. It is a learning process and everybody need to keep learning in their own phases. I think I have two panel speakers with me, Mr. Krasta and Mr. Venu, who are also going to share their views on how this is very higher education is very relevant to employability at this point of time. Where I would request Venu to look more from the academic point of view, why a person need to do an additional degree and how it is going to help when you are there in the industry and how it is going to help when you're taking the career forward. And while Mr. Kresta would talk more from the new education policy point of view, what are the changes which are being made and how it is relevant to the SME and MSME sector. And if you could throw a light on it, I will come back to you once again in the question and answer session, where asking you so many questions based on your talks which are going to deliver today, and then moderate the session and take it forward. So I would like to open this to Mr. Krasta. So I would like you to go ahead and address this gathering on how, because you have been a president of a lot of other forums. So if you could share how the SMEs, MSMEs could play a role and how higher education will be valued for employability. Over to you, Mr. Trester.
Sorry for interruption, ma'am. Thank you so much for your insights on the topic. Now I call upon Professor Grace J, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, to introduce Dr. Jacob Krasta to the participants.
Thank you, ma'am. Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. It is my great privilege and honor to introduce Dr. Jacob Krasta. Dr. Jacob Krasta was born on 4th April 1952, Mangalore. Dr. Krasta is a postgraduate from University of Mysore in organic chemistry and started his career as a lecturer. Subsequently, he worked as sales manager at Mumbai and later started the company Mazars CM Equipment and Instruments India Private Limited in the year 1981. Jacob Krasta founded CME Equipment and Instruments India Private Limited to manufacture laboratory equipment for R&D and quality control laboratories. Dr. Jacob Krasta, a visionary who started his career in marketing of scientific equipment in the laboratory market of India. Adding on to his credentials, Sir is awarded with young number of awards. To name a few, Vijayanagara Sri Krishna Devaraya University, Bellary, conferred honorary doctorate degree for recognizing the entrepreneurship and services rendered to MSME sector. CCCI Mumbai conferred Industry Excellence Award, Crito awarded Business Leadership Award, the Society of Indian Aerospace Technologies and Industries awarded Lifetime Achievement and Services Award. FKCA awarded Professional Excellence Award, Kannada Karavali Vedike honored Karavali Siri. Sir has been endowed with various positions in trade bodies and associations. To name a few, past president of FKCCI, KASSIA, PIA, Nandini Layout Club, promoter, director of AIMS, Alliance of Indian MSMEs, co-chairman for ASSOCHAM, Southern Council of India, National Executive Committee member, FICCI ASSOCHAM, member of Council on MSME, chaired by Honorable Prime Minister. Now I request Dr. Jacob Krasta to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Gies. Delighted with your introduction of mine to the audience.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you, Meera, to be taking me into the panel and talk to you all the faculty members, students, entrepreneurs, and university, the leaders for making this kind of employability and employment, especially concerned to MSME. As you all know that MSME has the highest potential for employability after agriculture. Agriculture per se, probably nobody talks about education. Maybe except for the research which is in agriculture university which is taking place. Otherwise, on employability on agriculture, nobody talks about education. It's only daily wages, daily work. Education now talks about in industry. Now in industry, what kind of employment you get for what kind of employer, and what kind of education is required for what kind of employability. There is a mismatch, and absolutely the students who come out of the colleges and universities are not fit for any employment. Sorry to say this. Then why these colleges and the universities produce such kind of students? Is it because the curriculum is given and they have been taught and left in the society? Isn't it the responsibility of the colleges and the universities benchmark their students? How many students got their employment? Instead of giving them first rank, second rank, first class, second class, benchmark today the universities and the colleges. Every year, how many you have provided the employment? And when the employment in an MSME is 45%, which is the largest employment. Why these colleges and universities are not linking up with the industry? Take, for example, Fortune 500 university. Why our Indian universities are not there in the Fortune 500 university? And why it is called Harvard University is the number one, and Oxford University or Kingston University? Why? Because they have linked up with the industries. They are producing the students from the university. What kind of students required for what kind of industry? That is a skill is generated in the university, rather than you give the education to the student and we employ them, and again we spend money behind them for training in our shop. Why? The prime youth of every student is being nourished in the colleges, because especially after SSLC, it is the prime youth. Now after SSLC, probably what we have to teach them is the skill for the industry, or what kind of industry the skilling is required. Now take it for example, this NEP which you are talking about, National Educational Policy 2020, which is now recently being drafted, and some university lecturers and some of the people are doing it. It is good to see that. So here 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus. The new draft is going to be implemented probably for the next academic year. Now, question arises whether our faculty members, whether our colleges and universities are ready for adopting this NEP. Are you getting ready for creating such kind of students to give them the skill which is required for an industry, for absorption of the students? Yes, you must get into your shoes right now, because after this pandemic, especially after the demonetization and especially after the GST, industries, those who are not up to the mark, have gone buried, dead, buried and gone. Now there's an opportunity, a great opportunity for education, great opportunity for university to generate and also implement this NEP, which is going to come as an academic year, maybe next year. So these students which are generating out of that gets a direct employment in an industry. So that now the question arises, what kind of higher education is required? If you ask me to employ in the industry, higher education is not required. What is required is the skill. Higher education is required only in a case of a research or a design or maybe R&D. Whereas for a regular employment, higher education probably not required. Especially after SLC, they can select what kind of passion each student has. And with that passion, if the college or the university can give them the skill with the opportunity for an incubator, where if at all a student has an idea, and with that idea, he walks into the incubator, generate a sample and produces the sample, and with that kind of sample, it goes to the market and gives to the customer, and customer certifies that whether the sample is good or certain improvement is required or not, and he gets it done in the incubator. And from this incubator, after some samples are done, after it is tested, after it is certified, then it goes into the manufacture. Instead of directly manufacture with an idea and get into that, which are startups now, it is happening. Most of the 75 to 80% startups are closing down. Because of this, there is no sustainability. So whether if an entrepreneur has an idea and he wants to get an entrepreneur, and if he has to employ certain people, so if this kind of university has an incubator and creates such kind of atmosphere, so that employability and the employer with the entrepreneurship can be generated in the university and get into the market. We are talking about $3 trillion. We are now presently. We are talking about $5 trillion economy by 2024. If this NEP and this kind of students with this kind of incubator, with this kind of university and skilling is done, I'm sure by 2025, $5 trillion economy is going to happen, and we are generating such kind of people, such kind of students who has an up-to-date skill, who are directly employed with the industry, for which the relationship between the colleges, universities, and the industry, that kind of linkage is required and which has to be started now. And that's my wish. This is my suggestion for academicians as well as to the student. Search a industry, search a university where there is a skilling is done, so that those people only survive, those people get industry, there is linkages, and that is how to move forward. Thank you very much. Back to
press
back to the Dr. Mir.
ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳ ನಿಮ್ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳುತ್ತೆ ಬಟ್ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿ
Please, participants, please mute yourself.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prastha, for that. Now I would request Venu to take over this gathering.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt. I just want to give a brief introduction to Sir's
ನಾನು
profile.
ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಇಬ್ಬರು ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಎಂಟರ್ ದ ವೇಟಿಂಗ್ ರೂಮ್ ಅಂತವಾ ಅವ್ರದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅವರೇ
I request the participants to please mute yourself. You are disturbing the sessions.
ಇವಾಗ ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರ
Dr.
Hello.
Jacob Cluster, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello, dear
Now,
participants, please mute yourself.
Grace ma'am, kindly unmute and speak, ma'am.
Dr. Jacob Cluster, sir. Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking words and enlightening session. Thank you so much. Now I call Professor Kirtana to introduce Mr. B.K. Venugopal to the participants. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. I deem it my privilege and honor to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Venugopal BK, Head Professional Services India and Ministry of External Affairs. Sir is responsible for managing key accounts of Equifax in terms of managing dedicated ODC on-site and off-site center, providing analytics and business intelligence solutions and business development to India and Ministry of External Affairs. Sir has over 25 years of leadership and entrepreneur experiences in providing IT consulting and solutions to banking, financial services, manufacturing and retail domains. Prior to joining Equifax, Sir has played a vital role in digitalization initiatives at Ghana, Denmark, Norway, and France, transition head in China, banking product implementation at Russia, project director at Singapore, program management at Canada, IT consultants in Fiji and robotic process automation consultant and product development head in India. Sir is an alumnus of Columbia Business School, New York, and leader from Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta. Sir has been a key speaker in IIM's Engineering and Management Institute. I am glad to invite you to this session, sir. May I request you to take over the session? Over to you, sir.
Sure. Thanks, Kirtana, and a very good morning to you, everyone. So first of all, I'd like to thank Sindhi College for giving me this opportunity, and Mr. George and every stakeholders for giving me this opportunity to share my experience and how do we make the students employable. So Kirtana, with your permission, can I just share my screen? Okay, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure most of you have seen the chat session. So one thing I was seeing that is that some people are saying it's boring, we want Jingalala. I just want to give a live example. A week ago, one parent came to me stating that, sir, please don't throw my son out because he is unemployed and I'll pay his rent. You know, I could see the pain in that parent's eyes because his kid was unemployed. Maybe because of they are giving a reason of COVID, but let me also share, now we are blaming COVID. Way back in 2008, when I was in London, I was seeing people getting jobless and they were coming out of Lehman Brothers. I don't know how many of you are aware, Lehman Brothers was shut down. And one fine day, they have to just shut down the doors in London. I was there in London. So many of the people who were coming out were coming with tears with their box. Why? Because there was a fear factor, because of the financial insecurity, they could see that. And what will be next? What if Lehman Brothers is not there? And there was a time of recession. Now, when you see that, the fear factor is because they had an employment, but they were not employable. And though I have, with 26 years of experience, I have seen the pandemic, I've seen the recessions, the economic crisis, but I never felt that this is going to stop my career or this is going to impact me. So if you see way back before 2000, the jobs, the employment was the job security. Once a person joins a company, he is up to retirement. There was, okay, if you join, there's a predefined work scope. So if you complete 3 years of your job, you get a promotion. If you complete 5 years, you get an increment. So there was no focus on skill development. They just wanted somebody who has graduated, who has a master degree, and then fair enough. They used to give a job and that person used to stay up to retirement. That is where, even if you're noticed with your parents, you would have stayed in a company till the retirement, right? But current requirement, let me guarantee you, there is no job security. I wanted to highlight this not to show a case with a negative thing, but wanted to alert you guys that there is no job security. And because of, maybe you wanted to see my session as more important because there is no job security. Second thing is the current skill set, it is not sufficient if you score 95% or if you are in a topper in a class, unless until you don't have a soft skill and attitude. When people come to my interview, so, they have graduated in 2019. So I used to ask them, guys, okay, now it's 2021. What have you done for the last 2 years? Sir, no, sir, I have not done anything because it's COVID. Man, COVID is not stopping you to upgrade your skill. You have to understand that. You are just wasted sitting at home watching TV and not upgrading your skill. And blaming COVID is not going to help you anymore. So you have to know what is happening in the industry. How is that? So what kind of jobs are required in the industry? Because if you look at Naukri, Monster, LinkedIn, everywhere, every day, there are lots of jobs posted. But are they getting filled up? They're not getting filled up because of the lack of skills that we have. And today, as I said earlier, people used to get promotion because they complete 3 years in their organization. Today, it's not that. Everybody is given a target. Everybody is given a goal to achieve. And unless until they don't achieve that, they don't have the guarantee of the job. So it's not only employability is not about joining a company, but today you have a lot of avenues to get into an entrepreneurship market. So if you think that you have a best idea, go for an entrepreneur. It's not necessarily that you have to be in a job and looking for an employment. So many people are only thinking after graduation, let me go through campus interview, let me get into a job. No, leave that mindset. Just think that, okay, what is industry looking for? Where are the gaps in the market? And can I be an entrepreneur? Because if there are no big players in that field, why don't you become an entrepreneur? That's what is making a key differentiator between IIT. Most of the IITs are not looking for a campus recruitment. They're starting their own company because they have their wonderful ideas, right? So look for not just employment, because employability makes you an entrepreneur of your own, a business owner of your own. Next thing is, don't just look India as your market. Now, the entire world is your market. There's a huge demand supply in the skill set. So look for what are the skill set. For instance, if you want to go to New Zealand, you will think that no, only through company, only if you join Infosys, you can go through other company. No, that is not true. If you look at London, there is something called high skilled migrating professional, meaning if you're a data scientist, just apply with your certification, you can directly go to London. If you are looking for New Zealand, there is a lot of opportunities in New Zealand, right? So don't just look only India as your market, because that's a limited scope you have. And when I say as continuous learning, every technology is becoming obsolete within 6 months to 1 year. For instance, I come from an IT industry. I was using R in 2020. R is a software that is used for data analytics. That was top 5 in the technology thing. But within 1 year, our language has gone to 21st ranking. Today, Python has become the leader, is in the top 5 leaders. So if you think that, no, I have learned R, I can get a job and I can relax, that's not the case. Guys, today I would like to say I am 49 years old. And if you see my credentials, I'm still a student. I still keep building my skill. I still keep learning what is new technology, what is happening in the industry. So that awareness is still there. And if you think that after graduation, after your master graduation, if you are going to get jobs in your market, if you're lucky, yes. But if you do not have a godfather, or if you do not have the right networking, I guarantee that job security will be a major challenge for you guys. So because I may found it, you may find me, yeah, this guy is threatening us a lot, but that's the reality. Today we get at least 100 resumes when I go for one position. And hardly even sometimes when we do a walk-in round, we spend like morning 9 to evening 9 o'clock. And we, at the end of the day, we'll not be able to select even single person. Why? Because they may be very good in technical, but when it comes to soft skill, presenting their case studies or presenting their solution or towards attitudes to the job, I don't see that kind of a commitment. And finally, out of 100, we are not even able to select one candidate for one position. That's the harsh reality that we are facing it today. And so this was a very apt subject because we are focusing how to make you not getting employment, but how to make you guys getting employable. So either not just in any company as a job or an employee. So you have to be, when you finish your graduation, if you don't get a job, you must be able to do freelancing. For instance, today, freelancing is picking up such a great trend that some fresher is drawing 3 lakhs, which at 5 years or a 10-year experience guy is not able to generate 3 lakhs per month. Look in YouTube, search for freelancer jobs. You will see that many Indian students just out of the college have started earning 3 lakhs per month. Let me tell you, after 5 to 10 years, people are not able to get that kind of a salary of 3 lakhs per month. People are getting through freelancer. Why? Because they are upgraded with the latest skill. They know which skill is in more demand. They upgrade that skill. They know how to use the tools, technology, platforms to make themselves employable. So let's not blame the government is not doing. Let's not blame universities, education, anything. This kind of a session is an eye-opener for you guys that, yes, it's not just my books or just my knowledge that can make me get me employment, but these kind of webinars can give you a lot of information so that you are employable. Got you guys? So I know many of you are saying, is it boring or is it jingalala? But if you are not putting your skill set or if you're not upgrading a skill, I can see your life will be jingalala. Okay, so with that, I would like to conclude that focus on skill development, focus on what is required in the industry, and then start focusing on your soft skills and attitude in presentations. Many of the people who come to the interview are coming with torn jeans as if they're coming into some theaters. Now, these are the things which are basic things. Many people don't, they are coming to interviews without they shaving or having a right haircut, not taking a, so we also look for a grooming. We also look for your presentation, how you present yourself. We look for your attitude. We look for your soft skills. So that is what, so even if you have a skill set which is 50%, we say that, yes, I know this guy is average. I can develop him with the skill set. But if he has a wrong attitude, no presentation skill, I cannot improve that overnight. Whereas a technical skill, today, any technology you can learn in 24 hours. But when it comes to soft skills, there is no books or which can say that I can make you in 24 hours a best communicator. I can make you in 24 hours the best presenter. That is not there at all. Whereas any technology, you take Python, SQL, finance, you can become a finance expert in 24 hours. So that kind of a domain or a technical skill set can be acquired within 24 hours. But when it comes to the soft skills and the attitude and the presentations, that is the key here now. So many of the people think attitude is taking life easily, not showing that seriousness. Because when I speak to many candidates who has been graduating in 2018, 2019, everyone gives, sir, there was COVID, I could not upgrade. Again, I know it's repeating, but I want to state this an example. 2 years, people have not upgraded their skill, any skill. Guys, it is, again, today, it's not just that certification is for the rich people. At 400, 500 rupees, you can get your certification done. So don't say that, no, we are financially not well off, we cannot afford. you have platforms for studying from 500 till 10,000 certifications. So choose a platform that right suits you, but show that to your employer that yes, you are a person who has been continuously upgrading your skill, and that your skill is the most required skill set in the industry. And then you are the king who can negotiate, who can demand the salary that you want. Or you will be beggar stating that, sir, please give me a job. My family is in financial trouble. Don't go as a beggars to the employers. Go with skilled resources. Tell that I have this resource, I have the skill set. So this is what I bring value addition to you. Speak in terms of value addition. Speak in terms of return on investments. Every employer will be happy to take you. All right. So with that, I conclude that. So to become an employable, you need to be a continuous learning, upgradation of skills, having good soft skills, and then you will be definitely employable. So don't look for employment if you are not getting employment. So what? Start your own business and be employed. Be your own boss, right? Okay. So thank you so much, and over to you, Mr. Professor Grace.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your realistic facts on the current requirement and specifications on upgradation. I'm sure our students will take all this into consideration. May I now request Dr. Meera Venkat to deliver the concluding remarks.
Yeah, just to get on to what Mr. Krasta and Mr. Venugopal was sharing. I think Mr. Krasta spoke about how the industry and the academia can work together in taking a lot of initiatives in getting the people employable. And Venu has also spoken a lot about how the skills development is very, very important and how it plays a role. So learning is a continuous process. You can't stop learning for some time and then get back to learning and things like that. It is a continuous process. But I have a question for both the panel members. So I was just thinking today's platform, innovation is the key. When you talk about innovation as a key, there are three problems which the industry is also trying to solve, and also the academia is also trying to solve. The one is resource problem, I think, which Venu also spoke about, because we have a lot of people who are graduating. All are getting, everybody are getting employment, or everybody are employable. So resource becomes the first, focus. And second thing is also the scalability. So scalability means I want to know whether it is sustainable to get a person to get trained on the job also, as far as MSME or SME is concerned. What are the necessary step I think the SME or MSME is taking to keep their leaders who can be trained back to back, or who can take additional skill. And sustainability becomes the third issue, where we could see that whether this is a sustainable effort which can take you to the next level. So I wanted Venu and Mr. Krista to share their thoughts on this. Over to you.
Sure.
Thank you, Meera.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. It is a very good question, Meera. It is the challenges generally our MSME faces. Question of employability and making a student gear up to the ladder, climb the ladder and gear up to pinnacle. Whereas what is happening especially in MSME, if a student is employed and trained up, use our own resources to make them a resource person, then the question of whether he is passionate on the job what he has been given or not, that is the point number one. If he is passionate, then what happens, he works in any MSME maximum 3 to 4 years. Now a student is taken for a training and we train them to the maximum, and after say 3-4 years, if he leaves after the training, after the experience, because he requires experience to apply for another job. So that's what the challenges the MSME is facing. That means whether MSMEs are a training ground for a person or a student. That means, are we have to be here only to train the students? If that is so, why not train by the colleges? So we look forward in MSME that you train your students. And we will give you what are the type of students we want in MSME. When a 45% employment is in MSME, so you train the student because that is your benchmark. Because the benchmark is not your first rank or who has got the first class. What your benchmark is, how many have got the employment and how many in that employment, not for a month or a year or so, how many have been climbed up the ladder and move forward. This is the benchmark should be drawn by any colleges, and this is how the industry and the academia has to join together and create a Harvard University here in India. Why not? That's my wish. Yes, Enugu.
Yeah, no, Professor, as
Thank
you
you. Thank
rightly
you, Dr.
said,
Chandra.
yeah. So
Yeah.
as you rightly said, Professor, yeah, because currently, like how Sindhi College has been taking the initiative, so they are connecting with the industry leaders today and trying to see what is the gaps and why don't we get a raw material, why don't we get a full product than getting a raw material from a college. So all that kind of discussions are happening with the university. And as you rightly said, Professor, yeah, industry connect with the colleges is very much important, like what Harvard does, what Columbia does, or what MIT does. So similarly, I could see that even Sindhi College is doing that, the industry connects. So this will give industry also to the colleges also, what is that is required by the industry, and they can spend less time on the training, because once we hire a resource, the companies we have to spend another 1 month or 2 months to train the team. So rather than that, better to give such kind of input to the colleges, and so colleges take that initiative, as you rightly said. Thanks, Professor. I am in agreement of you.
Madam, hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah. So in response to Dr. Venugopal's comments, I would like to say what we are doing from in our Sindhi College, sir. You also mentioned that the last 2 years, the candidates are not updating their or upgrading their skills also. But in Sindhi College, we are really giving a lot of importance to the skill development actually. So we have a dedicated placement center and career guidance and placement center. And the good practice that we are following in Sindhi colleges, every year we are giving a value-added programs in the the subjects which are relevant to the market trends. For example, for depending on the course, for BCom and BBA, we are conducting the value-added programs which are given free of cost. They are sponsored by the management. We are not charging anything to the students. We are conducting value-added programs in business analytics and then digital marketing, and then the SAP, and then the tally accounting and things like that. And also for BCA programs, we are conducting programs in Python programming, and then the cyber security, and then cloud computing and things like that. Apart from these subject-based skills, we are also conducting courses in soft skills also, soft skill training program. And we have a tie-up with Times Institute, Times, who are known for conducting this CAT examination. So we are conducting the campus recruitment training program also, where they really teach, of course, as you said, that these presentation skills and the soft skills can't be picked up in a day or two, I know. But anyway, we are doing our job from our side. We conduct the training program called the campus recruitment training program in association with the Time, where we teach the presentation skills, then numerical ability, then vocabulary, verbal ability, and then this test of reasoning, and then logical thinking and things like that. So that way, and we started this skill development program very seriously for maybe 4 years back and 5 years back. And I'm very happy to say that since we started the program about 5 years back, now our placement level has gone up actually. Our placement level has gone up. And to share with you, our placement is now around 75 to 80% of the students who want to have placements. Of course, many of them, they want to go for higher education and all that. But anyway, whoever wants placements, and I'm happy to say that we are able to place around 75% of the students, aspirants in the various multinational companies and things like that. Mm-hmm. So even these 2 years, though, colleges have been shut for the last 2 years and all that, more or less, but we didn't stop that. We conducted this training program, online training program, We gave the training to the students, Python and various things, whatever I mentioned earlier. So we conducted this program. We conducted even the CRT program also online, and even online placements are happening. Online placements are happening, and we are able to place students even through, using this online platform also. So that way, I think we have really risen to the occasion, and we are doing our job to the best of our abilities to see that our students are placed and they are trained well in these soft skills and other job-specific skills also.
Good. Superb, sir. Wonderful, sir. Wonderful. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. At this outset, I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Meera, Dr. Jacob, and Mr. Venugopal for the interesting session and thought-provoking words. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Now I request Professor Sri Hari sir to take over the second technical session. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all. Welcome to the technical session 2. It is said that we need to start the technical session with a prayer to the Almighty. Now I pray, Lord Ganesha, Vakratunda Mahakaya, Koti Surya Samaprabha, Nirvignam Kurmedeva, Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada. I, Professor V. Srihari, from the Department of Commerce, hereby welcome the chairperson for the session, and he is also our principal and a strategic mentor in guiding the events like this. I welcome you, sir. Dr. B.S. Srikanta. I welcome you, sir. I also welcome Dr. M.S. Balaji, a resource person. I welcome you, sir. And also Dr. S. Ramesh, who is an academician, a rich academician who has a lot of knowledge in chairing the session like this. I welcome you, sir. I also welcome Vice Principal Ma'am, HODs, Associate and Assistant Professors, technical staff, and the participants. Welcome one and all. I will begin the event with a quote from John Kennedy. I doubt very seriously whether anyone will hire me. One more quote from Lena Horne. Always be smarter than the people who hire you. Now, I request Professor Veena from the Department of Commerce to introduce the chairperson, Dr. B.S. Srikanta, to the participants. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Great leaders don't set out to be a leader, they set out to make a difference. I, Rubina Sultana, Department of Commerce, deem it my pleasure to read the profile of a true leader, our guiding light, Dr. B.S. Srikanta. Sir is presently working as Principal Sindhi College, Bengaluru. Sir began his career as lecturer in physics at National College in 1976 and became one of the youngest principals in collegiate education. He adored the principalship of RBNMS First Grade College for 27 long years till his retirement in 2014. Later worked as academic director and principal of Surana College. After a short stint at Surana, he spent almost a year in US and made a study of community colleges. During Sir's stay in US, he also visited several laboratories and universities and gained adequate knowledge about the functioning of US universities. He has the distinction of being one of the longest standing principals of degree colleges in India. Serving for almost 3 decades as principal, he is an institution builder and an institution by himself. Sir has completed his BSc Honours and MSc in Physics from Bangalore University in 1975. He carried out his research work at Raman Research Institute, an internationally acclaimed research organization, leading to the award of PhD degree under the guidance of Professor N.V. Madhusudana. It takes pride when I say Sir has 42 years of teaching experience, 16 years of research experience, and about 30 years of administrative experience. In his career apart from teaching, Sir has also succeeded in teaching human values and life skills to his students. Sir has published 16 research papers in international and national journals, completed 2 UGC-sponsored research projects, authored 8 textbooks for both PU and BSc classes, and written several articles in popular periodicals and magazines. Sir has also served as a member of Syndicate, Academic Council, Senate, College Development Council, Local Inquiry Committee, IQAC, and so on. Sir has also served as the president of Bangalore University First Grade College Principals Association for almost a decade. Presently, Sir is serving as a member and member coordinator for NAC peer team. He has visited so far about 70 colleges in the country. Sir is also a life member of several academic bodies, to name a few: Indian Liquid Crystal Society, Indian Physics Association. Currently, Sir is also the president of Indian Association of Physics Teachers in Bengaluru. On invitation, Sir has participated in TV programs on several channels as a panel member for discussion on various issues related to scientific topics, higher education, and current issues. Sir has also conferred Dronacharya Award, Lifetime Achievement Award by Rajasthan Youth Association, Uttam Chand Charodia Charitable Trust and Indian Commerce Association, Sikshana Ratna Award by Rashtriya Basavana Pratishta 2018, Seva Ratna Award by Exide Life Insurance. He was also presented with Award for Excellence, Medal on occasion of 12th Annual Conference, presented with Appreciation Certificate by Nightingale's Life Saving Services, presented Best Teacher Award in 2001, awarded Manava Seva Puruskara by Economic Society. Dr. B.S. Srikanta is one among well-known academicians in the state who have received accolades for his students, peers, colleagues, supervisors, and public as a committed teacher, institutional builder, good administrator, and a good human being. We are pleased and blessed to have been working under your guidance, sir. Now I request Sir Dr. B.S. Srikanta to please take over the session.
It's 4 minutes past 12. So very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Professor Rubina, for your kind words and introduction. My learned colleagues, speakers of the session, Dr. Ramesh, Dr. M.S. Balaji, other participants, Dr. George, Chairman of the Aware International Institute, Dr. Valsa, my principal colleague, Aware International Institute, Vice Principal, Professor Asha, heads of the departments of Sindhi College, conveners and co-conveners of this webinar, chairpersons of other sessions, speakers of other sessions, learned participants. At the outset, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Charge and Dr. Pillaswamy, the chairman of the, Dr. Thomas, chairman of the Aware International Institute, my good friend and the retired principal of APS College, Professor Pillaswamy, and also Valsa George, Dr. Valsa George, for having given this wonderful opportunity to associate with Aware International Institute, Kochi, Kerala, for giving this opportunity to associate with this international webinar. And the topic chosen for the webinar, as already mentioned by the previous speakers, is a very relevant topic in the present context. Not only because of the pandemic, even otherwise, in the present context at the global level, when we find that there is a wide gap between the industry and the academia, and when we find that the graduates are not employable, so this topic for the webinar assumes greater significance and also importance, and therefore I thank the organizers for having chosen this very important and also very interesting topic for the webinar. We know that everyday higher education institutions are criticized for not producing employable graduates. Therefore, employability of graduates has become a central issue in the mission statements of higher educational institutions. Not that higher education institutions have not realized this aspect. In fact, many higher education institutions have been making sincere efforts to meet the challenges of the industry and the employment market by redesigning the curriculum and also by changing the pedagogy. And as I said earlier, the colleges, like in our institution, Sindhi College, we are also laying equal emphasis on skill development by conducting several value-added programs, value-added certificate programs in the skills which are highly relevant to the employment market. We have also set up, incubation center very recently in the institution where we train the students to become entrepreneurs. But still, the results are not visible or have not reached to the required extent. The curriculum has to be reinforced to increase the employability. Curriculum reforms are very important. Unless we bring in changes in the curriculum to suit the requirements of the industry, we will not be able to achieve, we will not be able to link the academia and the industry for a very fruitful outcome. And that is for a fruitful outcome. And this is possible only with the mixture of the industry and the proper linkage of the industry and the academia. And to discuss on these important and highly relevant topic under the sub-theme enhancement of employability through curriculum reforms, we have two experts with us who will be sharing their knowledge, views, and experiences with all of us, Dr. M.S. Balaji and Dr. S. Ramesh. The former from the industry and the latter from the academia. So there is already, we are having a blend of industry and the academia in this particular session. I once again welcome them, Dr. Balaji and Dr. Ramesh, and all the other participants to this technical session 2. And now I request Dr. M.S. Balaji to speak and present his paper for about 20 to 25 minutes. Thank you very much.
Sorry, sir. Sir, now I request Professor Rubina to introduce the resource person, Dr. M.S. Balaji, to the participants. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Do not follow where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. I now take this privilege to invite our guest, Dr. Balaji MS. Sir is known as MSB among the HR fraternity, a HR leader with 26 years of hands-on experience in strategic HR with complete end-to-end hands experience in people, performance, process, and systems. Sir is currently working as Executive Director and Chief HR Officer at Critical Facility Digital Private Limited, headquartered at Singapore. He is an alumnus of Open University Business Schools, Milton Keynes, UK, for MBA Strategic HRM and holds a doctorate degree in Social Science and researched on behavior managers' competencies. Sir is a PCC level certified coach by ICF USA, executive and life coach for more than 4,800 hours, an NLP master practitioner, NLP trainer, and an acclaimed motivational speaker. Sir is certified as Change Acceleration Process Leader and Six Sigma Blend. Sir has worked extensively on employee value proposition, digital transformation, value-directed behavior, new generation competencies, people and business transformation. Sir is also an international awardee to the following awards: CHRO Asia 7th Edition 100 Most Influential HR Leaders in India, Best in Class Coaching Leadership Award, Most Influential HR Leaders in India 2016, Asia Pacific 50 most influential talented HR leaders, 101 most fabulous coaches and thought leaders in India, most influencing coaching leaders India 2021. It's a pleasure to have you with us, sir. Now I request Sir Dr. Balaji to take over the session.
Ms. Rubina, thank you so much. And Dr. Shrikanta, that was a neat introduction about the subject. I have a small request. I may not be at the best of my voice today. I was just got up this morning fresh. Last 3 days I was having fever. Nevertheless, I want to share my screen. And if anything, you have any questions, I hope after 25 minutes, we have Q&A, isn't it?
Yeah, we can have, yeah, definitely.
Okay. So can I share the screen?
Sure.
Yes, sir, you can share it, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Give me a second. So who is administrator for this? I think it's not showing.
If you send your slides, sir, so Srihari.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he will share it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you share that, Srihari?
Right now, I'm sharing with you, Srihari. What is
Srihari, you can share it, no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. You're one of the hosts, right?
Yes, sir. Co-host.
Okay. You can share it.
Right now. Can you tell me your
email ID? You send your email ID.
SHE.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just taking our time. SHE.
SHA. DRI. 77 @gmail.com, @gmail.com.
Okay.
1 minute, sir. Give me some time.
I think you will get in PDF.
Yes,
PDF
sir.
is okay?
Yes,
PDF
sir. Yes, sir.
So from my official email ID, .com, please look at it.
Yes,
while I try to share here only. That's Srihari. Mr. Srihari, kindly look at the email. I will also try and share it now. Files. I think you would have received it. Okay, well, kindly confirm to me. The moment you receive it, kindly confirm to me. I'm sorry for other participants who are waiting. I think we work only on Teams. We don't use Zoom for security purpose. Mr. Srihari, did you find it?
What it is? Have you received? Srihari. I think he's working on that. He's off now.
Okay, Mr. Srihari, can you confirm to me? Then I can start. Immediately I will start. Where is Mr. Srihari here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you got it, sir?
No, sir, not it.
Let's do one thing. I think it has gone from my end.
Repeat your email ID. Repeat your email ID.
Dr. MS, Mr. Srihari.
Yes, sir.
Your email ID is sheshadri77@gmail.com.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think it has gone from Dr. Balaji MS. It would have come.
I have not yet received.
Okay.
Yeah.
If it contains some pictures and all, it will take some few minutes.
So, Dr. Srikanta, can I request Mr. Ramesh to continue?
Ramesh will start.
Yes,
then I think we'll come back to you again. No?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a wasting time. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dr. Ramesh, I request you to start the session.
Yes. 1 minute, sir.
Okay.
So on that note, I call on Professor Srihari sir to kindly read the guest profile of Dr. Ramesh sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
It's my honor to introduce the resource person, Dr. S. Ramesh. Dr. S. Ramesh is a dean working at Mount Carmel College, Bengaluru. He is an academician. He is graduate in commerce from Sheshadripuram Degree College, Bengaluru University. Masters in Commerce, Bengaluru University. Sir has also completed MPhil in Management, Bengaluru University. Sir, he is awarded PhD in Management, Bengaluru University. Sir has published many books, to name a few: Strategic Planning and Business Policy, Business Communication for PG Students. Sir has carried out many projects. Sir has produced 24 PhDs, 52 MPhils, 500 PG project reports. Sir has evaluated 20 PhDs, 50 MPhils. Sir has published 42 papers and has been a resource person at more than 200 seminars, conferences, workshops. Sir has also worked on different international assignments. Sir is a member in various committees, to name a few: NAC Peer Committee, Tourism Committee, and the list go on. Sir, it is a privilege to have an eminent personality like you. Now, I request Dr. S. Ramesh to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Please share the screen here.
Yes, sir.
So very good afternoon, everybody. Esteemed chairman of the session and also the principal of the college, Dr. Srikanta, my other, at least, fellow speaker, Dr. Balaji, Professor Pilaswamy, Professor George, and other colleagues and friends, fellow participants. Friends, I'm very happy. So to have this session. So it is said, actually, this session is on how really we can kind of develop skills and what the strategy required at the institutional level in order to build the skills among the students. It said, give a man a fish and you will feed him for a day. But if you really teach him the skills of fishing, you will be at least feeding him for a lifetime. Friends, today, the status of skill development, if you look at, I am reminded of this anecdote. It seemed there was a man who was a PhD in automobile engineering. He had some problem with his car and he went to get that repaired with a small-time roadside mechanic. All this roadside mechanic did is, he hit the car with a small hammer and the car started working. And this man asked, what are the charges? This PhD man asked, what are the charges? And this mechanic said, sir, 5,000 rupees. And this man said, to hit my car with a small hammer, you're asking 5,000. Then the mechanic said, sir, to hit the car with a small hammer is only 5 rupees, but to tell you where to hit the car with the hammer, it is 4,995 rupees. See, today this is what is happening to our education. We have a lot of distinctions, degrees, ranks, and so on, but they fail in the marketplace. In fact, it is said almost 60% of the educated graduates are unemployable. That means about almost 50 million Indians are unemployed. And please mind you, even out of the formally, at least labor sector, only 80%, not even 80% are skilled workforce. So here,
this at least gives us some idea of what it is. So therefore, there is a need for very conscious skill development in the education institutions. But there is a need for us as teachers to do soul searching. What are we teaching these students? Where are they going? Where are they employed? What are they doing in the industry? Whether the education that we imparted is just enough. These are the things that we really do some introspection. Friends, today there are two types of skills that the really industry looks at, where the hard and soft skills. As far as the hard skills are concerned, the domain knowledge, you must have expertise in at least one of the fields. So, and some analytical ability, numerical ability, language, computer literacy, and one should have this hard skills you must really master. Otherwise, that lot of them kind of cannot even sell themselves and really bring out basic concepts of what they read. If you ask an MBA, please define simple marketing, he is unable to kind of distinguish between sales and marketing. So this is the situation today, and we need to kind of look at how it can be done. As far as the soft skills are concerned, this is what really probably we need to very consciously build it into curriculum. This is a brand prism. If you build an individual brand of a student, attitudes are essential, communication skills are essential, networking, group skills, impact part, and futuristic part. As far as attitudes concerned, these are the attitudinal skills that one should really have, a positive attitude, and much more than anything among all this, I don't want to explain in detail because we have short term. Crisis management skills, mind you, my friends, actually common sense made complicated is management. If you have enough, at least common sense, that no, you can really be a genius. So when I'm talking about crisis management skills, which are very essential for any individual to understand the sense of situation and react, it seems Albert Einstein, when he came to fame, he was going around several universities. He wanted to give some lecture in one of the universities, but he really forgot what he wanted to speak. He told his driver, let's go back today because I'm not in the right frame of mind to speak. Driver said, sir, don't worry, I will deliver the lecture today. You be my driver. And both of them agreed. Both of them went to that university. Einstein was sitting like a driver in the last bench. And this driver gave such beautiful lecture, much better than Einstein could do. But at the end of the lecture, one of the scholars asked him a very, very simple question. He knows only to give a lecture, but he doesn't know how to answer a question. But mind you, he had enormous common sense and crisis management skills. He said, it is such a silly question that you're asking me, which my driver will answer. And he brought Einstein to answer this question. This is what really crisis management and common sense is all about. I'm sure that these skills, attitudinal skills, are very, very kind of essential. I want the next kind of skills you need. Communication, please mind you that the success of the world is a successful people who are able to communicate. Persuasive communication. If you really develop persuasive communication and adequate negotiation skills, you'll be on top of this world. What happened, HMT, when they started production in the first year, they produced only one machine. In the second year, they produced 2 machines. The public relations officer was going to give a press conference highlighting all the achievements of HMT. He said, ladies and gentlemen, I do not want to go on and on. I want to precisely tell you there's 100% growth in HMT's production. 1 in the first year, 2 in the second year. It's a fact. Next day, all the newspapers carry headlines, 100% growth in HMT's production. That's what communication is all about, friends. Anyway, that we move on, and we also kind of see that these are the, again, that people skills which are very, very essential. Socializing and emotional intelligence plays a very, very, one of our former session, last session, speakers were talking about this. We really, a lot of at least students lack this emotional intelligence, ability to use their emotions intelligently to get something done. So this is the most thing that you must really kind of, colleges must kind of impart problem solving skills. Don't be a problem, because if you go to a superior every time with a problem, then you would never become a good manager or worker. So you need to kind of have this problem solving skills, entrepreneurial ability, and leadership and positive thinking are also very equally essential. Then that you also at least need, so these are the skills, the team skills, which are very, very essential, or group skills we talk about today. That group team building is one thing which is really missing. As individuals, we Indians work, to the best. But when it really comes to really working in subgroups, that is where really they were lacking. Whether can we kind of give them the team skills and ability to manage change, and also stability of mind and flexibility. They should have the flexibility to be a chairman or a watchman. From bathroom to boardroom, they should be at ease to work. This kind of things that we need to look at. And some imagination also. Then that we move on to the impact part. That is, they should have some sense of innovation and creativity in them. That is most essential. When I'm talking about creativity, I'm reminded of this example. It seems when Godrej came out with the hair dye for the first time, they thought that it's only the urban people who will buy the hair dye. To their surprise, a lot of rural people were buying the hair dye. They didn't know why. When they did some research, it seemed these rural people were buying the hair dye to dye the buffalo hair to fetch a better price for the buffalo. That's what creativity is all about. In every one of us, there is some creativity. It's just that we need to kind of manifest. Time management skills are most important thing for our students. We need to teach them in time management. Because when you say 9 o'clock, it is 9 o'clock. That's what it is. So how we really train them, put them on disciplining themselves to become better time managers. If they have to improve their brand value, it is most important that they look at their time management and also kind of commitment and creative things like that. Ethics are also very essential. Today, most multinational companies, especially, they're looking at people who are most ethical. In fact, some of the companies recruit, even if they don't have positions for good people, if they they put them on the bench and then recruit again whenever they're required. So this is another issue. These are some of the kind of ethical things that one can talk about. And futuristic part, until and unless that you are able to visualize the future, diverse thinking, thriving in diverse environments. Today with the kind of COVID and other situations, there's confusion, it's so chaotic, it's ambiguous. So in such an environment, you will be required to work until through some academic exercises, you need to build that. Learning quickly, adapting to changes, handling difficult situations, handling stress. These are some of the issues that we look at. So friends, having at least briefed over these skills, this is what the universities can do. That, change your pedagogy, more of case studies, presentations, community involvement, and make general knowledge compulsory and bring business at least, related, at least, literature into the classroom so that they read some economic times and things like that. Or even in physical sciences also, putting them more on the skill issues through role plays, industrial visits, and through industry mentoring. Can you request some at least, industry, at least experts to mentor a group of students? This can also be looked at. Outbound, at least, learning and internships, compulsory internships in the curriculum, and having entrepreneurship and incubation centers in the college, giving them some seed money to start some, maybe small little business within the campus itself is another thing you can look at. And deputation of teachers to industry. During summer, the teachers could go and work in the industry, pick up some skills, and come back and impart these skills. So incubation center, so not much time, so I'm just skipping some of them. So business incubation, guest lectures, industry visits, book review, and management games, and even kind of asking them to have some, manage the event. Some seminar like this, allowing students themselves to organize the whole event. So they at least learn certain skills in order to manage. So friends, anyway, that I didn't have much time, so I thought to cut it short. So there are only two kinds of people that in the future, it is skillish people or the foolish people. So anyway, there is a need for maybe industry and institution to come together and understand what the needs of the industries, and education institutions should be able to kind of invest more on skill development. So thank you for this opportunity. And since there was little time, I had to skip. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightened and informative talk. Now I request Dr. M.S. Balaji to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Can you share the slides if you don't mind?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I will also try from my end if it is okay.
Sri, have you received the mail?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have received.
Okay. Now please do that.
Is the slides visible?
Yes, fine.
Yeah.
Are you able to see my slides, please?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Yes, we can see that.
Yeah. Mr. Srihari, I will request you to,
Yes, sir. As you please, sir. As you please.
Just go to slide number 1.
Yeah.
Slide number 1. Okay. Slide number 1, please. First one.
Explore the expectations.
No. Go to slide number 1.
1. Yeah.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The topic for the day is enhancing employability through curriculum reforms. That's the thing. And I will stress upon 2 important aspects for today. One is that how to bring in the most important topic called employability of every aspirant from degree student to a postgraduate student or beyond that. So that is one. Now, the second main agenda for me is to say that, I understand for many of the colleges that to make a complete reform of your curriculum, it may not be really possible. But however, I will present you some of the strategies through which you can adapt some of those best practices so that it will look like it is a part of the curriculum, not necessarily that is enforced through a UGC or something like that. Now, the third important thing, while I conclude the thing, Ramesh, thank you so much. You also presented some of the key inputs there. My only request to Dr. Srikanta is that please take these inputs and use it wherever it is required to influence whichever level it is, so that, the college, the academics, and the students or job aspirants will get benefit in the longer run. Okay. Thanks. The next slide, please. Yeah. So the first 10 minutes, I will focus on what is expected. I'll give a lot of data. Since I come from the industry, I will present you a lot of data. One is that we will explore the expectations. What is the expectations from the industry, so that you can blend upon those expectations into a curriculum. Not necessarily it is a part of an UGC approved, but it can be a specific college approved curriculum, because employability is a growing challenge after completing higher education. It can be a degree or little higher in education. And I'm not talking about employment. I don't have a bandwidth to talk about employment. That's not my scope. Employability is something that we are going to talk about today. Okay. So I will take some questions at the end of this presentations, but then feel free to ask me if you want to ask me in the center itself. Next slide, please. Okay, this is my favorite. I think the future belongs to those who believe the beauty of their dreams, and everything starts with the dream. I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, many innovative companies. I worked in very, very good companies as an HR person. I think some of the innovativeness comes with a dream. It is dream, design, develop, deploy, and redeploy, or something like that. So the 5 stages which will pass starts with a dream. And I think it's most important that the college inculcates the dream in everyone. Why? Next slide. Yeah, when I think this is about me, they're not required because the background is already given. The next slide. Yeah, see here. This is a survey of the results in 2017. After 2017, I don't know what has happened about it. It was a pandemic time, and I was consulting some good MBA companies, in a sense, consulting in a sense, not a paid consulting, but as a part of their study board, and I was there. Now, if you see some of the data which is being produced there, we asked some of at least 5 MBA colleges this data represents. They're saying that 50% of the people are only focused on academics. They only just focused on, they came here for a purpose, they focused on the academics. That means they and 30% of the people got placed in good organizations. Okay. Now, you come to the last part, which is very interesting. 70% of the students felt good for MBA, but constantly felt it is more of academics. Now, the question to you, this data will be throwing some of the questions in the mind of the participant. The question to you is that study conducted, this is the background, the study is conducted to find a correlation between in MBA subjects and a placement. That means if you see that 30% of the people really got placement in a good organization. Some of the people I know, just to name some of the organization like Accenture, E&Y, some of the big consulting companies, Bhan, all this, they had placement, SAP, and all these things. I'm talking about MBAs. Okay. Now it's not an tier 1 MBA also like IIMs. It is about the other colleges. Okay. So the question is that what did 30% do extra with the help of the institution? I'm not talking about individual here. What did they do extra with the help of the institution? So I will leave this data once for you. We will examine this. We'll come back to this point if it is required. Next slide. I will give you some of the correlation from the industry. Okay, now look, there's always a dichotomy if you talk about men are from Mars and women are from Venus. Okay, likewise, even if the employers think and what the employers think and want. Now, if I have given some of the numbers there, 4.75, it's a rating on a 5-point scale, which the employers was looking forward when they interviewed people. Okay, now enthusiasm 4.75. That's an highest, I guess, at this point of time. If you go to reliability, adaptability, initiative, loyalty, confidence, ethical values, decisiveness, tolerance to stress, social responsibility. Now, if you see here, now up to leave the social responsibility, up to 3.8, the stress level is only they were looking at a very low preference than looking for enthusiasm. Now, what did we do in those colleges? We did something else extra. So we in a sense, there is a team which we worked on it. And if you look at on the right hand side, there is a research for the participants. There is a research tips for the participants. One, any employment aspirant who is important to do their homework is all about the company. Now, people who were successful in getting the job, employability or readiness for employment, they were doing some homework. What was the homework all about? They worked on understanding the culture of the organization. Will you fit in? Well, my question to the audience, that's why I've written as you, but the question to be asked, including myself, is that will I fit into the culture of that organization? So I have to study about the organization. You can't just leave it to the mercy and then go for the interviews. So I'm giving this perspective because we need to prepare the students. In the next few slides, the preparation, how it has to be done, I will give you. Some of the things, thanks to Dr. Ramesh, who emphatically talked about the value system. Some of the company's values, does it match with the aspirants' values? If it is a mismatch, sooner or later that the person will leave the organization. So better do some homework, understand about the values, and then go forward to the technical skills needed. What are the technical skills? Academic entry requirements. That means if someone says that no, marks is not important, only position, this is an entry is important. Now, if the organization says that at least 70% below that, I don't even entertain the application. Now you are a student is under loss. So understand the academic entry requirements. I'm all giving this research before a person starts his MBA or a degree level. So understand that you have to bring the students to that level. And finally, it is a personal skill. Okay, so it is required. See the dichotomy. What is expected out of an individual is a straight jacket activities, what an interviewer want to see in the student. But at the same time, if you want to be there, you need to understand and do some work or some homework about the company, and so that you can get the best match into the both technical and behavioral capabilities. Okay, the next slide, please. Now we'll talk about the solution. Enough of the problem, we talked about it. So I am now assuming that the requirement of what is required for a student to be employable, would start from as a primary responsibility from the student himself, and joint primary responsibility also from the institution. Will have a secondary responsibility? We'll bring into those aspects later. But I think the primary responsibility is both with the student as well as the organization or the academic. But my topic for today is about the curriculum. It is more with to do with the academics. So I will limit myself focusing on academics and get some view on the students too. Thank you. Next slide. Mr. Srihari, put it in slide mode, full screen mode.
No, sir. In PDF, it is not possible. In PPT, we can. This is in PDF.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now, bring the focus when you invite people for the MBA. I'm talking post-selection. 50-60 people come in. There you blend your academical learning through some of the important milestones, what I call, for the next 2 years fully, so that you get those inputs and the output will be very easy. The next graph will show you how the output will be very easy for you. Now, focus on the core. I will talk about the core competence. Excuse me. Focus on the core. I'll talk about the core competency in the next few minutes. But look, what employers, I'm talking with respect to core, I'm talking about. What employers want clearly, visibly, when they want to see is that how good the individual is with the communication, motivation and initiative, leadership. I work for very, very good companies. I want to tell you, the leadership investment started on the day one, not even after 1 year. Day one, it would be organization like Siemens, organization like TVS, and organization like Professional Access, and all these places where I worked, all multinationals. There, the investment of leadership started on the day one. That means the moment you get inside the organization, someone from HR, L&D will define the individual development action plan for him and start investing on the person. Now, the employer also want how good is the reliability and dependability, and how he or she follows instructions. That's very, very important. And teamwork, patience, and adaptability. Why? The core competency required to perform a job are the following. That means a person has to first, he or she has to demonstrate the teamwork. Now, it has to be the business and customer awareness. Customer these days are sometimes people say that they are very nasty. Sometimes they are difficult masters, whatever they call. But I say customers are always right. So do you have the business acumen with customer awareness, problem solving, creativity? I touch upon the creativity in the next 3 slides afterwards. Communication and literacy. That means literacy is ability to understand the process and procedures, programs and policies of the organization, to understand those in detail. And application of numeracy. That means you need to be good in numbers. IT skills. These days, there is no function, irrespective of whether you are from a non-IT or an IT, there is no function without a touch of IT in that. So positive attitude and intrapreneurship or entrepreneurship. Now, students have to really work on these things if they want to be better prepared for this one. Now, the next part would be how to really blend these things into your curriculum. Okay, now next slide, please. Okay, I present you the 3-step focus for bringing. Now onwards, I'm giving you strategies. In the next 2-3 slides, I think it will get over. But then here are the strategies. Now, first one is to adapt an integrated approach to develop core competencies. That means you have to start investing, tweaking your syllabus, forcing them to learn in an integrated approach. What is integrated approach? Person can start learning or can get training, and then implement those learnings either through an individual or a teamwork or through a project. So that is what is called as the core competencies or the integrated approach. Okay. The second one is that you have to assess the passion and discipline of that individual. Please don't leave it to the God, don't leave it to the academics, don't leave it to the organization to come and assess and say, these people are good. Some of them, 60 people sat for the interview, 10 people were selected. That's all different. That's all semantics of the work. But you have to understand what is this individual's passion. On that, you start developing. The third one is introduce mentoring. I think Dr. Ramesh also spoke about introduce mentoring as a platform to learn and explore. How? The question is, I've given a 3-step focus to on what basis. Now we'll explore about how you have to do this in the next slide. Okay. As a coach, I want to tell you this is one of my best way to represent anyone's outcome. If you see the increase in employability and the bar stands with 10 months of time, I'm assuming, why I assume, in a year of 12 months, 2 months, we will be at least having a break in the college or something like that. But if you bring a focus discipline from whatever time it is, for 10 months, if you see and develop, invest at least 1,000 hours on development for 2 years, I'm talking about. That means 5 to 6 hours in a week, 52 hours in 52 weeks in a year, and then multiplied by that, if you say that at least clearly around 1,000 hours of development, if you can focus and blend on that, it's possible. We are done for a few companies. A few institutions we are done, where I was on their study board and all, we are done. So it is possible. It may not be 1,000 hours, or even if you focus on 600 to 800 hours of development agenda for them, then it will lead them to the next step, which is called analyze. Now, get an external help or an internal help at least once in a quarter to analyze how the student is going on. You don't have to require a tweak in your syllabus for this. You don't have to do it. It is all about outside. Whether they get paid and all, I will leave it to the people who are managing that show in the organization or in the academics. I don't want to come into that. Now, the large piece of it is green color is the identity. Now, in the next 2 years, if you help the student to help build identity through coaching and mentoring, that means a mentor or a coach will bring the identity of the person in a very, very systematic way. If you help to build that identity, then I think the employment chances are more when you compare to this work, what you don't do. So definitely they will get it, because they will choose, then organizations, people will start choosing. They will understand the values of the organization because they would have understood the development in agenda. They have understood the core competencies of an individual, and out of that, they would have taken their passion area. For me, my passion area when I was young in an organization, in a day one to day, let's say around 10 months time, I realized that one of the key competencies which I think my manager is encouraging, I also love as a passion area, is my communication. So he started developing, the person started developing. So as in the college, when I was there with my first post-graduation, I started preparing and presenting more papers to the class and outside people than only a syllabus is to say that present 2 papers per subject. I used to present 8-9 papers per subject. So I think that was a development investment. And I think I chose the industry before I could come to the industry. I chose a mentor, and that mentor gave me an edge to my identity. Next slide. Okay, this is the last second slide, I suppose. Now, we talked about 3 focus points. I'll give you clearly the 4-step process where the college academics can take some of these things and implement with or without changing their syllabus or whatever you call. Now, the first one on the right-hand side, introduce MOOC. So what is MOOC? MOOC is a massive open online course. So encourage your students to register, encourage your students to complete at least 2 projects per year based on their learning. These days, online training programs are very, very, very cheap. A certificate course online can cost you as less as 1,500 rupees per course, which could be around 4 weeks of training to 6 weeks of training. Now, what you can encourage people is to make compulsory. I'm telling you, please make compulsory as a program outcome for the people to take up the courses, MOOC courses in the area of leadership, language. See, the language, why I'm telling is that communication is a very, very important aspect of being successful. Everyone says that I can communicate to everyone, anyone. I think Dale Carnegie said that in her book, saying that you can talk to anyone or whatever it is, but you can't get carried away when you have when you have a specific instances. You need to learn those communication skills. When you are presenting, you have a different communication. Likewise, if you're talking to someone in a review meeting, you need to have a different communication. Talking to the colleague, giving the feedback. So communication, it's a language I'm talking about. Teamwork, managing stress, risk taking. One of the healthiest looking forward word in an organization is that whether that person is having the ability to take risk or not. Now, this can completely mislead if you don't understand what is that risk taking. Risk taking is not about being a hero, exhibiting heroine or heroiness. It's all about starting from planning, analyzing. So like that it is. Okay, problem solving. Okay, that's about MOOCs. Introduce that. You please introduce that. It will be a very, very good, successful future for you. Second one, establish career office. Please don't call your cell in your college as placement cell. Placement is an yearly affair. It's a very good thing. Call your placement officer or some officer as career officer, career office, who can work on career ladder charts. That means once in at least 6 months, invite some people for interviewing program. There's not selection program. Just come and interview the people. You need to have extensive networking skills, networking, what is called as a platform where you know the industry people. Invite them, ask them, okay, I'm presenting you on a particular day, I'm presenting you 5 people to 6 people. Please interview for 4 hours, have a cup of coffee with us, and then interact with the students and then go. Likewise, if you have 10 people, your 60 members team is taken care once in 6 months. Now have a career panel discussions. This will change, this will make or break the people. Panel discussions are very, very good because they bring in the best of.
Sir, you're on mute, sir.
Sir, you need to unmute, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, till when you did not hear? I think
just 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Okay. So have career panel discussion. Third one is have mock assessments. These days, assessments are plenty available in the net. It is free of cost. But there are at least there are some people whom I know who can do an assessments on the people on what is that they want to see outside their organization. That means what is that next they want to do, which company they are working. So that means when you have a panel discussion with the people, interaction with the industry experts, you will have more assessments to be subjected by the external person to the individual. With or without his permission, you can start assessing all the things. Ideally, it would be with the assessment as a permission. But what need to be assessed and all the things, sit after that assessment, sit and give the good feedback, give a non-injurious feedback to the individual so that he or she knows what are the area for development. Third one, I represent this because it's my passion area. One is that mentoring from the corporate. No, don't wait for anyone to give Gnan from within. These days, advising will never work. You can test for yourself. If someone advises you, it will not work for us. Is there an ability to bring in some of the best coaches or best mentors? They will also be happy to do service for free of cost if they are agreeing, and bring some of the best mentors and coaches, so that what they can do is that they can start employer mentoring. That means they act as one of the managers who have taken the individual in the company, and they start mentoring in that way. So organize employer event, networking. It hardly matters 4 hours. Let all the students, 4 or 5 mentors, you can call them to your career office. Let them, give them a cup of coffee or cookies or whatever it is. 4 or 5 people they can take and start interacting with them. So that also will. So the third one is embed confident futures workshops. What is that workshops is that? Now, ability to do this addresses the last point, but then I want to bring in when the mentoring start listening keenly about what the person is trying to say. He or she, if is a good mentor, he or she can catch the beautiful time when the person is right. Remember, when the person is giving advice, he will be waiting to catch the person when he's wrong. A mentor or a coach is a person will be waiting for the person when he or she is right. So bring that as a part of the workshop. So a workshop could be conducted inside or outside with some observers, whatever it is. Ask people to give a lot of ideas. It can be mock, but it can be a real issue also. You can take it. The last one is that get outside view of some of the IT things. I have written on ICT. It is information, communication, and technology. Without this, I think the world is not moving. Some idea. These people, irrespective of whether they are in HR or a marketing or a finance or any other IT or whatever it is, they need to have some view on ICT, which is information, communication, technology. The last step. Okay, the last step. Introduce innovation and creativity as a compulsory thought process. I am not talking about forcing, as a compulsory thought process. That means encourage a lot of things. Encourage a lot of creativity in the students when they come. Start talking that language that we encourage a lot of creativity. Let them go and do it. An organization, an MBA college here in Bangalore, where I was member of as a study board, they have an employer development cell. I think that came from one of the thoughts there. Now, if you see the MBAs and engineers or whoever it is, they have at least minimum 18 to 20 innovative products they put it across. Last week, I was told that 2 of the guys have, while studying itself, they have registered a company under MSME, and they are now looking their product to grow all over India. So there is an innovation as a scope. Balance between innovation. See, what is innovation? One is one aspect of it, which is creativity or bringing new or something, and doing more of what we know works. Okay, if I know something, if I do only more and more and more, I may be marginally better. That's all. If I'm 90%, I may be marginally better than 90.5%. But if I'm innovative, even if I'm at around 50% and become innovative, straight away I can jump an exponential number. Right. Second one is very important. Please encourage your vocational projects. Third one is the one which leads to transferable skills. This is a very, very important word. I will explain to you. The one which leads to transferable skills is that when you inculcate the idea of all these things in the minds of the individual in a degree or in a post-graduation level, and if he or she starts appreciating those core competencies and skills, I will tell you, when he or she becomes a real manager in the organization, he or she will start looking at those skills, which is very, very important. I call it as transferable skills. Because once the person ability is there to learn more and demonstrate more and prove more to this organization, and with an ability to fail. It's okay, ability to fail. Not every time you need to succeed. If an ability to fail, it's okay to fail if you say so. Also, only thing is that those hard work, they will definitely come to a level. In my coaching, I tell you that you can do mistakes, but don't do the same mistake again. At the same mistake, you can do other mistake. This becomes a transferable skills. If someone is passionate in leadership, when he chooses the individual, he look for the leadership qualities in the person. That is called transferable skills. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I have presented you the three focus and a 4-step process, and with a focus on identity. This comes to the end of my presentation. The last slide, please. Okay, now I just wanted to give you one perspective. Start now. Don't wait for someone else to do that. Whoever is listening to us, I think I see a lot of people who are there as a participants. Please implement. These slides are always available to you. I'll send it across. Whoever wants, please, I can send it across to them. My contact details are there. Everything is there. So that's why it is important for us is that if you do last 10 years before whatever you were doing, if you do the same people, same process, same way of looking at it, you will get the same results. So that's why I called yesterday's history. Forget about it. Tomorrow is mystery. We don't know what happens. Academics have been challenged heavily during the pandemic. Okay, now we don't know what is happening. An organization like Sindhi College, if it has to arrange an live sessions of these webinars, it would have costed a lot of time, energy, and efforts. If it is in the online, I think it reaches masses. Okay, that's why tomorrow is mystery and today is a gift. That is why we call it as a present. Please act now. If it makes meaningful, some of the points, if it really resonates to you, please take it and implement it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your inputs, knowledgeable session. Now I request the chairperson, Dr. B.S. Srikanta, to conclude the session with concluding remarks. Over to you, sir.
Once again, very good afternoon to everyone. We listened to a very illuminating and informative talks by two experts, Dr. Ramesh and Dr. M.S. Balaji. Dr. Ramesh, he very rightly stressed upon the importance of both hard and soft skills to enhance employability. And both of them touched on ethics and values in the profession, which is very important, much more than probably the other skills. Dr. Balaji made a very detailed presentation on the various aspects of how one can integrate the skills required, employable skills, into the curriculum. Even he also dealt with the strategy for blending skills into the curriculum, an integrated approach. And he proposed, the 4-step process to enhance, to acquire these skills, and also see that the students of an education institution, they get employment and they improve their employability skills. And I thank both of you, sir, for throwing, light on this sub-theme, namely how to improve the employability, enhancement of employability through curriculum reforms. Now the session is open for question and answers. Dear participants, if there are any questions, you please feel free to ask, and our experts are here to give clarifications.
Participants, it is a time for question and answers.
Even Dr. Balaji's one point which I like, mentoring with the corporate is a very good point, so that, we can really mentor the students by bringing, in fact, we have been doing it even in our college also. In fact, we regularly conduct, guest lectures by bringing people from corporate. And also every year we do conduct industrial visits also, where we take them to the industry, and our students spend, about 2 to 3 days in the industry and learn about the functioning of the industry and interact with the various, officials of the industry and try to learn about the functioning of the industry and all that. So that kind of linkage already we have built, and probably we have to strengthen it further in the days to come.
That's why, Dr. Srikanta, I did not stress upon giving the projects. I think the organizations are doing it more.
Project work is going on. Projects
yes,
are based.
That's why I did not stress upon that. I know for organizations like yours and others, good organizations, they are getting the projects and all the things. My only stress is that establish a career office and blend all the hand-holding activity through the career office. Then I think, a person who can talk very nicely about the career should be heading the career office. Okay, so give that focus to that. Then I think mentoring will really help. So contact around 50-60 mentors in the field and say, would you like to come and talk to us once in a quarter? That's enough. Once in a quarter is once in a quarter, 10 people you invite and give 5 people to the 10 mentors, so that they can have an individual room.
We do actually counseling on career guidance also. We do career guidance. It's not just placement cell. We also do regularly career guidance on the aspect also. We cover that. We regularly do that by inviting people from various industries and all that. And even from different, we also deal with the different disciplines also. What are the career opportunities?
Only difference there in guest lecturing and this career mentoring.
No, it's not guest lecture. It's like a where they talk about only the career aspects.
Yeah, correct. What the difference is that here in career guidance of career office of mentoring, your association of a career with a student is 2 years term. Whereas in counseling, it will be 1 or 2 occasions they come and do the counseling and going. In fact, I am now coaching some of the students, and it is going for years, more than a year. And some of the people who are young in their careers also we are coaching, and it is almost 10 to 12 months. That means it is agenda of the students which the counselor or mentor or the coach will pick up and handhold him. That's it. I think it's association is 2 years.
Yeah, that's a good thing actually.
Yeah,
I think probably we'll explore that possibility and see. We'll get in touch.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will go a step forward. I mean, that not merely only that 1 or 2 meetings, right from the day a student is admitted till he completes his degree, if we can attach him to some mentor, where they're in touch with that mentor for their technical, academic, and other needs also, I'm sure that they will shape up better.
Yeah. Good. Very nice.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So if there are no questions from the participants, I think we are on time, sir, or we are?
No, just I'll make the concluding remarks.
Yeah. No, I just want, before you make concluding remarks, I want to thank Dr. George and Professor Swami, both of them, and you, Dr. Srikanta, for 3 of you. My sincere gratitude and thanks.
From my side too, that thanks to all of them.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
I'll be just Let me start with dear participants and friends. Let me start with the statement that higher education institutions have to understand the challenges of the contemporary world and act accordingly. Employment is getting a job which is commensurate with qualification and other skills possessed by the candidate, or job is relevant to the educational background and skills possessed by the candidate. Employability is a set of accomplishments like knowledge, skills, and personal traits that makes the graduate more likely to get a job and also be successful in the chosen occupation, which ultimately benefits the community and the economy. let me make it very clear that employability is not just getting a job. In a broader sense, it will enable the person to be successful in his careers. Apart from the graduation, it is the employable skills that makes the person stand out from the crowd. To improve the chances of employment or to become employable, one has to acquire skills which are in demand. We know that in this era of globalization, we find tough, cutthroat competition in the employment market, because for any job, there are multiple aspirants. A person seeking employment has to be globally competitive, knowledgeable, highly skilled, and he or she must have a vision. Now, let's go to the next slide. Ritu, next slide. No, yeah. Which are the, next slide, please. Next slide. Which are the factors contributing to the employability? Some of the factors I have listed here. One is the quality of education. What is the quality of the education important in the institution? Matters a lot in building the knowledge component of the student. Because, as we know that there are three components of education. One is the knowledge, the second one is the skills, and the third one is the values. So this quality of education important in the institution is very important to build the knowledge component and of course the skill and also the values. And then student experiences, what kind of experiences that the student gains in the institution, whether it is academics or when it comes to skill development or the value-based education, practical experiences, exposure, and what kind of teaching learning is going on in the institution, and how the students participates in the entire educational process. All these things matter when it comes to the student experiences. And then exposure to practical situation, exposure to industry, individual personality, attitude, and acquisition of employable skills, which our speakers have already touched upon. These are some of the factors which really contribute to the employability of the students, of the employability of the candidates. The next slide. In the next slide, these employability skills are the intangible skills or the transferable skills that are useful in every job or occupation. Possession of these skills will improve one's performance, enabling to discharge the responsibilities more effectively and also efficiently, and also attracts the attention of the employers. It enables, as I said once, to stand out in the crowd of job seekers. And employability skills are important and needed apart from the job-specific skills. I don't have to really elaborate on these skills because both the speakers have already touched upon this, but I'm only trying to reiterate the same. That these are the skills that I've listed here. Out of my experience and also interaction with the HR managers of the companies who visit our institution for campus interviews. In fact, in our campus interviews, and the campus interview network is quite strong in our institution. And every year, many companies, about 15 to 20 companies, they visit our institution for campus placements. So during their visits, I do interact with the HR managers to just know about the performance of the students and also what kind of skills that they are looking for in our students. And that's how I got to know that these are the skills that they are really looking for when it comes to the employment and also employability skills. like, communication skills are very important. These communication skills are very important because that avoids a lot of miscommunication and also misunderstandings. It avoids misunderstandings. The communication, if you have good communication skills, it enhances the company's production also, productivity, and also prevents the wastage of time. And it helps to, to write properly without, to interact properly. Good communication skills will help us to interact properly with the co-workers and also customers. And therefore, good communication skills are very, very important. A very important, good important, and also probably a very important employability skills. Then teamwork is very important to maintain good interpersonal relationships. Then problem solving skills, organizational skills, leadership skills, willingness to learn new things, adapting to changes. That's also very, very important. And then self-confidence. Self-confidence is very, very important because I find that many students, they always have that, kind of diffidence. Whether will I be able to carry out this thing? Will I be able to achieve the goal? That kind of a dilemma will be there in their minds. And to overcome all these things and to build that courage and also the conviction that I would be able to do the things, self-confidence matters a lot. And therefore, one should have that self-confidence. That's what the employers are looking for in the minds of the prospective employees. Then comes the reliability. If you have the next slide. Reliability is very important because it develops the trust between employer and employee. That the trust between the employer and employee is very important for the growth of the institution, for the growth of the industry, and also for carrying out the day-to-day activities in the industry. And then willingness to accept the responsibility is another thing that the companies are looking for. Because many people, they don't want to accept the responsibilities, but still they want all the benefits. For that kind of, mindset won't work now in the corporate world. And one should have the willingness to accept the responsibilities, and having accepted, and also you should have the right abilities and also the good kind of ability to discharge those responsibilities to the satisfaction of everyone. And then self-discipline is a very important trait that everyone should possess. And then time management, which Dr. Ramesh already touched upon and spoke about that. Time management leads to efficiency and also efficacy. And then decision making is another important trait that the people are looking at. Then regularity and punctuality. The use of technology, skills to adopt latest technology and stay ahead of others. In fact, I tell you my own experience probably about 15 years back, probably about 10, 15 years back, when the government of Karnataka wanted, to introduce, this computer technology, when may ask the staff, the collegiate staff in colleges, both the teaching and the non-teaching staff, to adopt this technology. And when the government issued an order saying that everybody should become computer savvy and go in for paperless administration and paperless library management and things like that, many of the employees who were almost on the verge of employment, probably, let's say, who had crossed about 50, they were not willing to learn the computer ability. And they were all telling, so I'm already on the verge of retirement, though they had about another 10 years of service. They were telling, I'm already crossed 50, I'm already on the verge of retirement and I have nothing to learn. Why should I learn now at this age? So I tell you, there is no limit for, there is no age limit for learning, and one should be always, enthusiastic and willing to learn new things and stay ahead of others. And that kind of, mindset is very much important and very much necessary, and a very important skill that is required to stay ahead of others. Then conflict management is another important thing. And then strategical thinking is another employability skills that the company is looking at. Next slide. Then how do we really modify, or how do we reform the curriculum to introduce this employability skills and to enhance the employability of students. One thing I would like to, as a teacher for the last more than 4 decades, what we have to adopt, the first and the foremost thing is, we have to adopt student-centric teaching learning methods in our institution. We have to totally dispense with this rote learning, which is happening in most of the institutions. And the student-centric teaching learning will definitely improve the conceptual understanding. That's the emphasis should be on conceptual understanding, and the level of the comprehension will be definitely much better with the student-centric teaching learning process. Because when it comes to the knowledge, I can tell you many students, they score 80% or distinction, they get distinction in the examination by repeating, by probably by hearting or through rote learning and reproducing in the examination, but nothing would have gone to their brains. So that kind of, education, that kind of teaching learning process should go. And the student-centric teaching learning, where the student is the center of the entire activity, all the activities are centered around the student, and he is our prime stakeholder, and the entire teaching process or the learning process takes place in such a way that the comprehension level of the students increases, and he will be able to understand the concepts. And that's why I always, recommend, in fact, we have been doing it in our institution by adopting experiential and participative learning techniques in the curriculum delivery. When it comes to the curriculum delivery, or even when it comes to the, let's say, teaching learning process, we adopt experiential and participative learning techniques in the institution so that the comprehension level of the students go up and the knowledge component also increases. In fact, I quote Confucius, there is a spelling mistake here. I quote, I hear, I forget. I see, I remember, I do, I understand. And this we do, we give a lot of, participative program like, project-based learning, then problem solving. And we have also adopted innovative teaching practices in our institution, like, flipped classrooms, and then Z2A approach and things like that, where, our students are given the opportunity to learn and then express their views, and teacher is there. Role of the teacher has changed. The role of teacher is only to see that whatever the student has learned through his, efforts, and whatever thoughts he has there in his mind, teacher will only help in organizing the thoughts in a proper way. And that kind of, flipped classroom and Z2A approach, the new teaching techniques that we have adopted, has really found, bearing results. Then, as our speakers also mentioned it, internships to be made a part of the curriculum. That's very, very important, because the internships, exposes the students to the industry, and they will be able to understand how the functioning of the industry and all that. And that's a very important thing to be made a part of the curriculum. Then freedom, of course, innovation and curriculum, creativity, both of them already spoken about that. And then training in personal attributes like problem solving, decision making, teamwork, communication skills has to be offered, and promoting creativity and innovation. And there should be reforms in the evaluation process, and also in the, in fact, I am suggesting, next slide, a very important thing that has to happen, the change in the question paper pattern. That is very much needed. In fact, when it comes to the conceptual understanding and problem solving and things like that, we have to change the question paper pattern itself. That I have been, advocating this. When we look at the question papers, the present day question papers, they are still, this question paper pattern, it encourages, rote learning. I tell you, I'll give examples also. For example, there is when it comes to, let us say, Indian financial system, a paper on Indian financial system, there is a question like, Name the financial institutions in India. I'm just giving an example. Ramesh, do you agree with me? Ramesh. Dr. Ramesh, you agree with me? I think you're unmute. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
No, you agree with me that, there are questions, which are in the question paper, which really encourage rote learning. Like, name the financial institutions in India.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, and when it comes to, let us say, physics, even today, we say state Newton's laws of motion, state Newton's laws. I suggest that, that anybody can by heart and write the names of the institutions and also Newton's laws and all that. But what is required is, in fact, I have seen the question papers set by other universities, the top universities in the world, or in the Western, let's say, Western countries. They don't give any such questions at all. You don't find such questions in the paper. They, instead of asking, to state Newton's laws, they'll give a problem on Newton's laws, so that they understand whether the student has understood the concept behind the Newton's laws, or concept which are, given by the Newton's laws. Similarly, I have seen, some of the question papers in MBA, for MBA examination. And when it comes to, they give a live project actually. In fact, the students are given, a problem. For example, they say, our university has got a corpus fund of about, let's say, $200 billion. I'll just give an example. When it comes to the investment management, Dr. Ramesh, yes, and also Balaji, you see, I've seen situations where, I told I spent almost a year in the university, in US. They give questions, where they say they have got a $200 billion. The university has got $200 billion. Now we are thinking of investing this amount. And you please tell us how to invest this so that we maximize the profit, or we maximize the benefit out of that. It's a live project. The students can think of and give suggestions for investing this. And those, whatever suggestions are given by the students, it will be evaluated, of course, by the professors, by experts. And if the suggestion is found very good, it is implemented in the university. And even when we see the question papers on finance and consultations and all that, they're totally, unless they're both totally conceptual based, and unless the student has understood the concept, the student will not be able to solve the problem, even if he is taken to the library and 100 books are put in front of him. That is the kind of problems are given to the students, so that really understand the concepts, and that kind of conceptual understanding is very much necessary. But I think that's why I said we have to change the pattern of the question paper in our country, so that we encourage the students to understand the concepts. And we also have to encourage the students to participate in extracurricular activities, so that their personality development takes place, and all-round development of the students, the personality of the students. We give an opportunity for the all-round development of the personality of the students. And then we also have to give prominence to entrepreneurship education. In fact, one of the speakers in the morning, he did mention about that we have to provide, we have to not only give inputs to about the knowledge and the academics, we should also develop and promote entrepreneurship among the children. And all the institutions have to set up. In fact, Dr. Ramesh also mentioned that we also have to, and even Balaji did mention about that we have to set up, incubation centers in the colleges, so that the students are trained in entrepreneurship. So they become entrepreneurs, and they give a job, they givers rather than job seekers. So these are some of the changes that are, they have to be brought about in the curriculum, so that we really promote, we reform the curriculum and see that the employability of students is enhanced in the days to come. I think, of course, many institutions are really thinking on these lines, and I'm very happy that, as I said, the need of the hour is to reinforcement of employability through curricula and also extracurricular activities. As I said, internships should be made compulsory, as it always plays a very significant role in building competences. And skill development need to be prominence, and conceptual understanding, creativity, and innovation have to be given importance. So with these few words, I once again thank both the speakers and also participants for their patient hearing. And I thank the organizers of this webinar for having given this wonderful opportunity to share my views with the participants. Thank you. Srihari? Professor Srihari, where are you? Vaidesh, you can take over.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Dr. Yeah, Srihari, yeah.
Now,
yes, sir.
Now we will break for the lunch, then followed by post-lunch technical session 3.
Dr. George, shall we have now a 15 minutes break now, or we? Dr. George.
Okay, we can carry, as you wish. If you want, we can carry on.
No, it's now 1:30. I think people are hungry. Probably we'll give about 15 minutes break.
Yes.
Then we will do one thing.
Yeah.
Shall we break for 15 minutes and then continue?
Pardon me?
Shall we break for 10 minutes and continue?
Yeah, so for 10-15 minutes, probably now it's 1:30, 1:33. We'll be back at 1:45. Dear participants, we'll break. Yeah, we'll be back at 1:45. Is it okay?
Exactly. So 1:45 is start.
Yeah, exactly, sir. I request all the participants to have, we'll have about lunch break for about 10-15 minutes, and we'll be back at 1:45. You please rejoin, and we have a very interesting session, the third session, and also valedictory. So you please join for the next session and also for the valedictory. So have a lunch break, and we'll come back in another 15 minutes, 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'm just signing off.
I thank Dr. Balaji and also Dr. Ramesh. I think Vaidesh, you can propose the vote of thanks for this session.
Yes, sir. So with this, we come to the end of the second technical session. And on behalf of the college, principal, vice principal, and on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the resource persons, Dr. Balaji, as well as Dr. Ramesh, sir. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and presiding over the program as the resource person. And I would also like to express my heartfelt thanks to our beloved principal, Dr. B.S. Srikanta, sir. Thank you one and all. So we'll meet again in the post-lunch session.
At 1:45.
1:45. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Balaji and Dr. Ramesh.
Thank you, sir. You will be sending lunch through Zomato. Looks like.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Balaji, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir, Dr. Ramesh.
Thank you.
Dr. George, thank you so much.
Special thanks to everybody, especially Dr. Ramesh and Balaji and Srikanta. I think after a long time only I was hearing beautiful voice of Balaji and Ramesh.
Thank you.
Anyway, nice hearing you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Swami, thank you.
Thank you.
5 minute break. 5 minute break.
Dr. Shall we wait for another 5 minutes and start the program?
Yes, sir. Ready?
5 minutes, another 5 minutes. Good afternoon, sir. Sridhar, Professor. Good afternoon, Sridhar Purohit. I'm Dr. Srikanta speaking.
Hello, sir. Nice to hear your voice. Here it's early morning, 2:30 a.m.
I know. Here it is afternoon. Yeah, I know that. Good afternoon, Anant. Yeah.
Very good afternoon, sir. Good morning, Shri. Very good afternoon, Judge, sir. Shri, appreciate you joining at the wee hours of morning. Much appreciated, and that too after a weekend. That shows the passion that you carry, Shri.
Yes, thank you, and it's my privilege and honor to be with you all.
Likewise, Shri.
Anyway, I am blessed and privileged to have my colleagues with me for session 3. Dr. Srikanta, we are ready for the session.
Yes, sir. Another 2 minutes, sir. 2 minutes. That's all. I think we'll start. Yes. I think we can go ahead. We start, sir. No problem. Yeah. Now I request the Professor Raji. Yeah, please start.
Yes, sir.
Vaitesh. Yeah.
I request the participants who are viewing the session on YouTube to join back using the YouTube link. Good afternoon to all. I welcome all guests and participants for today's third technical session. I, Pratima R., Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, deem it my honor and privilege to welcome our guests and participants to the third technical session on strengthening academia-industry linkage. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. This change can be brought upon with an effective interaction between academic and industries, which helps in bridging the gap in learning process. To discuss more on this, I welcome our resource person, Dr. George Thomas, Chairman, Aware International Institute. I welcome you, sir. I take an immense pleasure to welcome M. Sridhar Purohit, Software Development and Quality Professional in Fortune 500 companies, Cloud Technology, Amazon Azure USA. It is an honor to have Mr. Ananta Lakshman Rao, Associate Director, KPMG, Bangalore, as our second speaker. We welcome you, sir. I also take this opportunity to welcome Dr. B.S. Srikanta, Principal, and Professor Asha N., Vice Principal, all the staff members and all the participants for today's session. Now, I call Professor Raji, Department of Commerce, to introduce the chairperson, Dr. George Thomas.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I quote, "A stone is broken by the last stroke of hammer. This doesn't mean that the first stroke is useless. Success is the result of continuous efforts." Good afternoon, all. I, Raji N., Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Deem it my pleasure to introduce the chairperson of third session, Dr. George Thomas, Chairman, Aware International Institute. Dr. George Thomas has 3 postgraduate degrees. Sir has done MBA in Marketing, MPhil in Management, and PhD in Marketing Management. Sir has 15 years of industry experience as marketing manager and 20 years of experience as institutional head cum faculty. Sir has served as principal of T. John College, Bangalore, and Siddhartha Institute of Management Studies, Tumkur. Sir has presided as Dean at Alberton Institute of Management, Kochi, and SNGIST, Paravur, and also as a director, Ahalya School of Management, Palakkad. Sir is currently working as a chairman of Aware International Institute, Kochi, Kerala. Dr. George Thomas was the national award winner of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar for the best faculty and social services in 2018. Sir is a visiting professor to many universities in India and abroad and consultant to many prestigious institutes in India and abroad. Sir has written articles in national and international journals. Sir, it is a privilege to have an eminent personality like you for today's webinar. So now I request you to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for a brief introduction about me. I am indeed privileged to be in this great moment of this great webinar, international webinar, with 2 giant speakers, Sri Purohit, an expert, personality, and a consultant to many Fortune 500 companies on one hand, and on the other side, I have Sri Anand Lakshmana Rao, KPMG's director, voicing the great IT sector of Bangalore to the whole world. And I am indeed happy to be with each and every one of you this afternoon to give you whatever we know towards strengthening industry academia linkages, or in the other way, how academia can and must link with industry so that employability will be at the best possible way for the youngsters of the world. In this context, I would like to just point out 2 important incidents before we start the program. All of us know Japan was broken to pieces after World War II, but they came back as the most vehement country in the world in electronics, in shipbuilding, in whatever areas where they have mastered, they have ventured, they have become masters. And according to the history, King Hirohito, who stepped down from power just 1 year back, was the real architect of modern Japan. 27 years back, Hirohito declared to Japan, "My dear fellow men, lend me your ears and hearts. I want you to make Japan the most glittering nation in the world. Let us give our wholehearted support to all the mothers of Japan. Let us start education and let us link industry with education with the touch of mother. The touch of a mother will be the Midas touch that Japan requires, and let us go for that." Yes, 27 years down the line, nobody can challenge Japan in many areas. Even when we speak about nanotechnology transfer, Japan has started to speak about telepathy transfer. When we are thinking about telepathy transfer, Japan is thinking about invisible transfer without any kinds of equipments. I just made this statement to give you the significance of how Japan changed with the touch of mothers. And children are, even before the lady gives birth to a child in Japan, all the neighbors and everyone related to the mother starts enchanting songs and beautiful stories and giving gifts and presents and making the lady happy. That makes the child in the womb also happy. This is a great scientific theory. Once the child comes out, 0 to 3 years, no doubt, mother is the teacher. Mother is not only the father and mother of the child, but also the guru. And God has blessed mother with invisible capacities that nobody else has got. How to tame a child, how to teach a child, everything is inbuilt in a mother. And Japan's King Hirohito used this through legislation. Everyone agreed that 0 to 3 years, mothers must be the teacher as well as the mother of every child. Yes, this is the time when brain gets maximum growth. In human brain, we have studied that human brain grows to the maximum level from 0 to 3 years. After 3 years, the development of the brain is not as fast or not as quick. So here, the mothers used to give all their efforts to make their child happy, make their child full of knowledge, make their child move easily with the environment. This is one area. On the other side, let me tell you, America, which is considered as one of the most powerful nations in the world, gives importance for not only academia, learning lessons, but also they give importance to industry linkage with industry, with academia. As all of you know, Harvard Business School is considered as one of the masterstroke business schools in the world. Why? It is because more than 81% of its all students who pass out gets back to Harvard Business School through some kinds of entrepreneurship or industry. Or in other words, they do learn the business, the art of industry while they are studying. And they come out not seeking jobs. They come out of people giving jobs to left and right people around them. That is the significance of America. Whenever you think America is gone, America comes back with a big bang. Detroit got totally destroyed, and all the automation in the whole world, which had its resources at the Detroit, got destroyed. But now you can see with the new era, new electric cars, new cars without gas, all with solar energy and similar systems, America is once again back to the world. Why I just quoted these two sections, these two important countries to you and their experience to you is that the significance of having linkages between academia and industry is very, very paramount and significant by all means. Boy or a girl, you have to live in this world with right income, with right enjoyment, and with the right environment. All these things can come to you if you are linking academia with industry. And I'm sure I will get back to you with other parts of whatever thoughts I have. Once two giant speakers are waiting, I do not want to take any much time of yours. I hereby give you the golden opportunity to hear the golden words of two golden personalities. Sridhar Purohit, a personality from India who is now seen in America as their milestone, who gives advices to Fortune 500 companies 24 hours. On one side, another side, you are going to listen to another great personality which India has produced, Bangalore's most bright boy, Anandarao Lakshman. Okay, he is one person who is always motivating, inspiring wherever he is. I do not want to extend my talk. I am giving the great opportunity to every aspirant to hear, to listen, and to understand the great words of two great personalities who will now deliberate now. Thank you, my dears. Please open your ears and open your hearts. Give a welcome listening to Sridhar Purohit and Anandarao Lakshman. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your thought-provoking and enlightening words, sir. Now I request Assistant Professor Pratima R. to introduce the first speaker of our third session, Mr. Sridhar Purohit. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Dream is not that which you see while sleeping. It is something that does not let you sleep. I'm privileged to introduce our esteemed speaker of this session, Mr. M. Sridhar Purohit. Sir is an MBA graduate from Whitworth University, Washington, USA. He has done his bachelor's of CS&E from Mysore University. He has worked as associate in Modi Bible Institute, Washington, USA. Presently, Sir is working as software development and quality professional, cloud technology, Amazon Azure. Sir has 30 years of experience in software development and quality in Fortune 500 companies. He serves as Vice President at Spokane India Community, Washington. Sir is the founder and lead singer of Spokane Ghana musical group. Sir is a multifaceted personality. He is also the founder and chef of Spokane Current. He is serving as committee member of Wellbeing Studies Circle and Heart Health Advocate. I request Sir to take over the session. Over to you, sir. Sridhar, sir.
Yes, I'm trying to share my PowerPoint.
Yes, sir, you can share it now, sir.
Can you see my slide there?
Yes, yes.
Yes, Shri, we are sitting in the presenter view, by the way.
Yes, yes. Just a second.
Yes, we're good now.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Greetings, dear Dr. George, Chairman, Aware International Institute, Dr. B.S. Shrikanta, educationist and principal of Sindhi College, and my dear Professor Swami, who is my mentor, who is my guide, who is also my brother. Also distinguished speakers, respected guests, and my dear friends. Thank you, Pratima, for introducing me to this webinar. And this is a great initiative by these two service-oriented institutes. It's unprecedented and historical. It's very timely, it's crucial, and that's the reason we all are here, because there is a big need, especially there are so many communication needs to happen between academia and industry. And there are 4 bodies in the arena, right? Employment arena, if I see it. One is academia, second one is industry, and third one is government also play a role, and fourth one, students. So when all 4 of them work together hand in hand, then the chain is moving. And right now we have a stalemate. That's why we are here to address how we can get this train moving. So I would like to go over present IT scenario. What's happening is pandemic has changed everything, as you all know. People are losing jobs left and right all around the world. It's not just in India. And after losing the jobs due to pandemic, what's happening is whatever jobs left over, artificial intelligence, automation, that's even eliminating the jobs. So it's a double-edged sword for our young graduates, because on one end, the businesses are in survival mode, and they're cutting costs and cutting employees. On the other end, automation and artificial intelligence completely going to take over. There is an estimation that there's 1 billion jobs will be taken over by artificial intelligence and automation in the course of next 10 years. That's quite significant. So the second scenario is a huge competition. Because of pandemic, everything amplified, as you see it. So people who are losing jobs, especially from US, they're going back to India. These people have plenty of experience, global exposure, and they're very well qualified. Many of the US graduates, they are returning to India once they are finishing their college education, and then 3 years of work experience, they're coming back to India. So what's happening is that our young graduates have to compete with these super qualified, educated, globally exposed professionals. They don't have a chance here. So also on the other hand, technology is growing in a supersonic speed that we are going to cover in the next slide. What are the technological advancements happening? So, and these technologies are becoming complex and complex every day, and they are interdependent. So what happens with this scenario is that colleges, IT colleges, students, faculty members, they are unable to catch up with technology. And when they are not equipped with the advanced and emerging technologies, what happens is there is a huge gap. With that, even when they come out of the colleges, they don't have any chance. So industries also, they are in the survival mode. As I mentioned, they're just super focused on getting their business going, getting their technologies moving faster and getting released. So what happens here is industry is super focused on getting their business going, and academia is still trying to float above the waters because of pandemic challenges, and students are totally out of touch with the latest and emerging technologies. And in all this, government is pretty silent. They are spectators in this scenario. So what's happening is there is a stalemate has been created, and this is a problem. So I've been in this.
Hi, Sri, you're on mute.
How about now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, thanks, Anant. So came up with a model for myself as well as all my community members in Washington that is going to be presented to you all so that academia, young students, even college graduates and professionals can take a few tips to work towards employment and employability. So here we are going to go over the technological advancements in the last 4 decades. As you see it, as you all aware of it, there was a Windows wave, internet and .NET, and then search engines wave. Social media and mobile completely took over. And now cloud platform is in a big growing phase, and the new trend and new emerging technology is AI platforms, artificial intelligence, and automation. So what's happening is these waves are to be recognized. And what is the main characteristic of these waves? Mainly there are 3 phases they go through. One is the launching phase, second one is the growth phase, and third one is the stability phase. So a tons of opportunities there when a technology is in the growth phase. So that's where I encourage academia, college students, young graduates, including experienced professionals, to align their career, align their programs towards the technology that's growing in an enormous speed. That's where opportunities, that's where funding, that's where the money is. So, as I mentioned, cloud computing is in the growth phase. I will not burden you with a lot of technical information, but briefly go over with you for general knowledge, what is cloud computing is and what scenario it enables. Cloud computing versus on-premise traditional model. A scenario, compelling scenario that I can give you all is that IPL match, right? Over 200 million people watch IPL match, estimated, especially last 2 years, things have changed. So what happens is just 4 hours of time, you need the computing power to stream the whole match. So only for those 4 hours. So traditional model, you have to get all the computing power, resources and storage and everything and host in a place, and you need IT professionals to manage the whole thing. And whereas with cloud computing, the providers like Amazon, Microsoft, Google, they host it for you in a centralized location. All that you have to do is you have to specify what you need and your timeline, and they will provide it for you. Even during the match, for example, India goes to finals, the load skyrockets, right? So then you can request right away, and then they will make provisions for you. So, and you are paying for only those 4 hours of time. So pay as you go. The greatest analogy I have is cloud computing with electricity, the way we use electricity and then we pay for it, how much ever we use it. So benefits of cloud computing, I have already talked about scalability. You can ask for the need, and then they scale it back and forth. And then after your usage, you are done. Your resources can be released, and you are not going to be charged single dime. Availability is another great benefit of cloud computing. It's available 24/7 all through the year, because when you store data on any cloud computing, redundancy is built in part of the cloud technologies. That is, across the world, there are multiple locations your data is stored. Even though you think that data is stored on your location, but actually it's getting replicated on multiple locations. So when there is a earthquake or tsunami situations, you do have your data intact. And flexibility is another benefit, where you have whole technology at your fingertip. All that you need is internet. You can pick any OS you want, any database you want, any storage you want. It's all available. Great flexibility. Cost savings. Only you pay how much you use it. And there is no upfront cost of setting up servers or anything. And also, you don't have to pay for any of the upgrades or IT professionals to maintain. Great benefits are there. And the top 3 players are Amazon, their cloud platform called AWS, Microsoft's Azure, Google Cloud from Google. So these are the top 3 players, and rest of them are catching up. They're competing pretty hard and fast. Just to let you know that Amazon, why do you think that Amazon is doing so well? Even with pandemic, they're able to, their revenues almost 3 times more during pandemic. Why do you think it's so? It's mainly because they're betting on this cloud technology. This lead who was managing the cloud platform, Andy Jassy, he became the CEO. You can imagine how much they're putting the betting on cloud technology. It's just not, they are just not online business company, but they are behind it, underneath it, they are going after this technology. That's why they are able to host government, healthcare, so many businesses are under cloud computing. So top 4 providers, collective growth 40% in 2020. That's pretty significant. You know, as you see it, when pandemic was worst hit, they had close to 36% growth rate. I would say the model, the technology they introduced and they are with is a bulletproof. So mainly what I'm trying to say is we need to align with the technology that is growing. That's where everybody has to pay attention like a hawk, and call for action for me and everyone here is that identifies what is the technology that is in the growth phase. So you can ask me a question, how can we identify which technology is cutting edge, which technology is emerging, which technology is in what phase? So if you don't have a big R&D, it's pretty hard, but simple thumb rule I can give is just follow the leaders, top leaders, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, Google, and others. Just keep an eye on it. And once a year, they will come out with great conferences. They make product announcements, research announcements, and all that. So, and these resources are available online. Anywhere you can, online resources available. So we just need to get those information and then identify these technological waves and rise above the technical waves is the main thing that I would like to emphasize. Academia has to focus on this. Young students, graduates, professionals has to focus on it. So once been identified, this particular technology wave is in the growth phase, go after in a fast mode, training, certifications, and project and research. Industry needs help with academia. Partnership with them, you can come up with a lot of great research projects that can help industries. Hands-on skills, for example, as I mentioned, all that you need is internet. There are so many free resources available at your fingertips. I would encourage faculty, students, and everyone who has internet just to play around it. Even without you knowing, you are using cloud resources. When you store anything on the Google Drive or iCloud, you are using cloud. So get hands-on skills. All these computing resources are available for free. So there is absolutely no reason why we can't put our hands on it. Faculty members, lecturers, and students, especially in IT colleges, I would encourage to have an account with AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud and start playing around with these technologies. And they're all free. And you can do projects based on that, research based on that. And the fourth point I would like to mention here is academia has to align and interact with the industry, just not be spectators. They have to engage. They have to go inside the industry campuses and engage with the professionals who are working there. I know there are some issues with the intellectual properties and all that, but if you establish trust and everything can go smoothly. Also, private institutions has to reward the people who are taking initiative and making efforts to connect with the industry. In this regard, I really appreciate what Dr. Srikanta and Dr. George doing. They are initiating these dialogues with the industry, bringing industry leaders and interacting with them. That's amazing. Industry also has to relax a little bit and be available to come out and share with the colleges and students body their advancements and their needs. So there has to be a dialogue between academia and industry. And government also has to come up with some regulations to promote this interaction so that there is a synergistic strategic interactions among all the three bodies, academia, industry, and government, so that we're all working towards the right technology, and also when the graduates come out of the colleges, they are ready to be used, and they are equipped, and they can go after and join the team, and from the day one, they're ready to deliver. So it's just not the college education is enough. In my experience, what I found is corporate world needs world-class professionals. They desperately need, even though pandemic created so many job losses, but world-class professions are everywhere needed. Dr. George, how much time I have?
I think you have another 2 minutes more.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Yeah, there's a famous quote from Jack Welch, GE chairman and CEO. Organization's ability to learn and translate that learning into action rapidly is the ultimate competitive business edge. Also, it caught my attention, Financial Express, November 2019. Soft skills, emotional intelligence, teamwork, critical thinking, problem solving are some of the skills employers have found missing among new graduates, rendering them unemployable. So mainly what they are looking when they say we need world-class professionals, I summarize it in 3 areas. First one is they need to have champion mindset. They have to be go-getters. Whatever technology you throw at them, they need to have the urge and desire and mental capacity and discipline and focus, to go after and then get the job done. Champions stand out in any given team. So they have to be champions. And also professionally, they have to show excellent skills in the way they build trust. Their words matter, and they should not take anything personally, because a lot of things happening around the world, and the customers are complaining, they are shouting, and bosses are shouting and all that. Don't take anything personally, and don't assume anything. Ask lots of questions at any given point of time. Give your best. So that's what expected out of a professional. And third area is learn it all versus know it all. You can be know-it-all person, but when you are learn it all, that means you have eagerness to learn anything and appetite to learn. Stay hungry, stay stable. So that's when somebody asked Bill Gates, what is your ideal candidate? You said lots of curiosity, great appetite for learning, passion, and enthusiasm. So you would say, Chanakya, great philosopher, said that don't shy away in acquiring knowledge. Don't shy away in your business dealings. So the call for action 3 is connections, especially for our young graduates. I would say you may be discouraged and disappointed, but there is support available. Dr. Maurer, who works with physicians all around the US, he came up with this INSPIRE model. When we go through hardship and disappointments, discouragements, you need people to support you, who are ready to instruct you, nurture you, provide spiritual guidance, praise you, and who ask inquisitive questions. And sometimes they say no, reject. You need people who give hard message, and also you role models and examples. So receiving the help and support and sharing, they are 2 sides of the same coin. So whatever you receive, you have to give back to community. I urge everyone, including our fellow industry leaders, to give back to community or to academia their time, resources, talents, gifts, and expertise. So in summary, I would say, seek out and rise above the IT waves, develop world-class champion mindset, and strategic synergistic interactions between academia, industry, and government, and connections. Finally, give back to community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your knowledgeable words. Now I call Professor Raji to introduce our speaker, Mr. Ananta Lakshman Rao. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thinking is the capital, enterprise is the way, hard work is the solution. A quote by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. I take this opportunity to introduce the second speaker of the session, Mr. Ananta Lakshmana Rao. Sir is a global equity tax professional with 19 years of experience leading clients across sectors and geographies. Passionate Toastmaster and a servant leader. Sir started his career with Toyota and is currently working as an associate director with KPMG. He has handled project assignments in United States at Houston, Montreal, New York, Dallas, and Orlando. He is keen on continuous learning and involved in training activities. His areas of interest include leadership and public activity. Sorry, sir. He is keen on continuous learning and involved in training activities. His areas of interest include leadership and public speaking. Sir is an individual with strong positive attitude and believes in big picture. Sir has done sessions for students in renowned colleges and B schools. His other interests include writing articles on empowering youth through community initiatives. Sir has completed MCOM from Annamalai University, training from Indian Society for Training and Development. Sir has done Executive General Management Program from IIM Bangalore and enrolled agent examination conducted by US Internal Revenue Service. Sir has received certificates from Leadership Interventions by Vital Smarts, Franklin Conway sessions by renowned leadership coaches, and Certificate of Global English. Sir have reached out to more than 10,000 students through a session Campus to Career at Bangalore, Mumbai, Hyderabad, and other cities. He was a president of IIMB Orators Toastmasters Club. Sir has been recognized as People Leader in Professional Career. Sir, it's a privilege to have you, an eminent speaker like you, for today's webinar. So now I request you to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Raji. Before I start, let me see if I can share my screen. Yeah.
Yes, sir, you can share your screen now.
Yes. Okay, do you see a full screen now?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Great. Audibility is okay?
Yes, sir. You can proceed, sir.
Great. Thanks much. Very good afternoon, everyone. So even before I start the session, let me just bring out a few of my observations and learnings since this morning. What a wonderful Monday morning to start with. So while we had a short video clip of the esteemed Sindhi College, it seems state of art, and I would be up for visiting that sooner. At the same time, the most important thing that I did notice is there is an idol of Goddess Saraswati right at the heart of the entrance. I would comment this as a state of art, but straight from the heart. Thank you. At the same time, it's also my pleasure and privilege to be also with the servants of Goddess of Saraswati, which are the teachers, academicians, and also the other respected dignitaries out here. So having said that, let me jump on to the session, Strengthening Academia and Industry Linkage. Now, here we go. So it reads, this is not a very recent, in the sense few months ago, the news that is making in the newspapers. So 66% of the fresh graduates yet to land in a job survey. Okay, so what comes to our mind? So we have been talking about the employability since morning, and there have been some statistics data around it. Why some? There are lots of statistics and data around it. Having said that, to me, what it looks is there are 34% of the people already placed. It is just the 66% of the people.
Sir, sorry to disturb you.
Yep.
The screen which you're sharing is the backdrop, sir. Are you sharing any other screen other than that?
Yeah. So I moved to the next screen. Are you not able to see that?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Can you see
Not
that
able
now?
to see. Not able to see. No, I think you're logged on to this virtual background.
The background which you can see behind us, I think we can see the.
Yeah, you're logged on to the virtual background, not your screen. You're
Okay,
not
let
sharing.
me. I have a backup for that. Let me try sharing a PDF. I also had a backup, and let me know if you can see that now. I will just share it. For some reason, the PPT does not seem to move. That's fine. Expected.
Yeah, now it's correct. Now it's okay.
It's okay. What do you see, sir?
Yeah, now it's okay. Now it's correct. Fine.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah. So this is what I was referring to. The current scenario is 66% of the fresh graduates are yet to land in a job, the survey indicates. So what this means to me, looking at the brighter or the positive picture of it, is 34% of the people have already gotten the job, and kudos to academia. If I remember my days, there was no career counseling, there was no career training, and what have you. And this date, the session itself is a testimony that academia has taken big strides and taken much seriously on what can be done in this regard, right? So the response for this can either be panic, which is a reaction, more of reaction. I can get panicked looking at it. Oh, there are 66% of the people still yet to get a job. Or rather than the reaction, can I give a response to this? What is my response? My response to this will be, I will take this as a challenge to hone my skills and be one amongst those 34%. And probably over a small stint of time, that 34% will gradually increase, and the inverse would be the correct, which means the 66% might be getting the job, another 34% remaining. That is quite possible, trust me. Professor Judge sir narrated a very fine story of how Japan transformed over a period of time. If Japan can do it, why can't we? That's the whole point. Now, having said that, let me try moving to the next screen. Hope you can see the screen, next screen. The screen reads as setting the context. Do you see that?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Okay, so I planned few clicks on the slide. Nevertheless, I think it works the way it is, right? So let me give you some context here. So when we talk about Indian education, we quite often have a concern. It is a bit outdated, not able to catch up with the industry. And because of that, in a scenario wherein we are not that employable, that's one part of it. The other part of it is when we talk about overseas education, right? So we talk about Japan, Americas, Australia's, and China's, what are the things that they are doing? They are much ahead of it. Now, the question is, who is stopping us? That's the point that we need to think. And also, let me give you a context or draw an analogy, right? If you look at the old, not old, ancient, let me correct it. It's an ancient education system that we had in India. Any king had to undergo 64 types of arts, which is part of the education, which includes carpentry, which includes the study of ornaments, which includes communicating with someone in a coded language, which includes archery and the core education amongst other things. I can give you another example. We all are familiar with the word dhyana. So dhyana, as we see, is more of meditative word, or we associate it with God, but it is more than that. So dhyana is you concentrate on something, you focus on something, ultimate focus, right? So the dhyana, when this moved to China, they did not have the word dhya, it became cha. So the dhyana became chana. When this moved to Japan, they don't have the word cha, it became jhana. And the word jhana over a period of time became zen, and zen became kaizen. And now you know where is the source of this kaizen, right? Which means just because we are not adhering to certain things, we cannot just underestimate the system or the potential, more importantly, of the people working with the system and the students and what have you. So my take is, rather than looking at it as an Indian education system or overseas education system, I think it is what matters in the current scenario is global education. And very simply put together, I can say ABC. A is acquire, B is borrow, C is combine. Acquire the knowledge what we can, borrow what best we have from the world class. We don't want to imitate somebody, but emulate somebody, right? Borrow, then combine. That is one important thing. The other part of it is 2R, which Professor Swami has taught us, is stop giving reasons, start giving results. If I had to summarize, the nutshell of all the industry speakers since morning, right, is stop giving reasons, start giving results. That's more important. Now, having said that, let's move on. So who are the stakeholders in this entire industry academia linkage? And if someone can just confirm that they are able to see the pie chart.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Great, thanks much. So here we go. So we have been talking about this, 3 stakeholders with equal importance and equal stake and equally responsible for success. If the industry academia linkage has to happen. One is academia. What is in it for them? So obviously, while the academia would teach the values, knowledge, and everything, skill at the end of the day is important. And like how Dr. Sri Purohit said, the ability to transform it into a value, that is what success means, right? So it is very important that academia has a say in it, and that is the stake that academia has. Now, if you look at the industry, one of the speakers since morning mentioned industry is putting a lot of efforts training the folks to be industry ready. Now, if in this initiative, industry takes an active part, definitely there is a good amount of time that can be better used, that can be reduced than what is being done now. Now, the most important part is students. There is no way we can disregard the students, right? It is all for the benefit of the students, which will catapult into many other things. You know, students being employed and better economy and better homes and a better country and a better world, what have you, right? So now students coming with the mindset of the beginner's mindset, what we call, is very, very important. And they have a say in this entire thing of the gamut of things that we are talking about. You know, in a way, being active participants in all these initiatives and not just a mute spectators or mute listeners, that's very important. And what best they can get out of this. See, we all understand the best and the precious investment is investment of time, right? None of us are rich enough to get the time back that we have lost. And there is a term that I heard from one of the international executive coaches recently, right? Which goes as ROTI. This is not as in roti kapda makan. ROTI, ROTA, stands for return on time invested. We as a finance graduates are good at calculating return on investment, but the most important part is ROTI, return on time invested. So we have to be cognizant of that. which is the time management. So now you can relate it to any part of the world. The Japanese are famous in the time management. Have they not? The train runs exactly on dot, on second, not even minute. So now, if we were to sensitize and realize ourselves in all these aspects, I think there is nothing that would stop us from reaching where we want to be. Probably we'd excel that as well. Now, moving on, let me also share, all said, everything is spoken. I think nothing will change without action, right? So knowing is good thing, but unless I put into action, nothing will change. It's just a good to know kind of thing. And that is why I emphasize that action is much needed. Now, I will put it from the three stakeholders perspective. What are the actions that can be taken? And I am not going to talk here, the government should bring a rule, which bring a legislation that certain things to be done, and there should be certain hours of the academia percentage should be spent in the industry and so on and so forth. The point is, by the time it becomes legislation, there is a lot more rapid change in the industry. And again, it will be very difficult to catch up. That is one part of it. And we all can see what has happened from the legislation. We are still at this 2021. We are talking about people not wearing masks, even that is mandated, and people using plastic covers. People are subject to dowry harassment. And this is not a countryside, so-called illiterate people are doing in the city, right? So I don't think the law would be able to address this specifically, right? And also, these are all the low-hanging fruits. What I can do to make an impact to the situation, rather than looking at whether the governments will do, whether the industry will do, or some other person will do. So towards that. So while I would not spend much time on what has been spoken about by the previous speakers, but I will still share my thought real quick, because industry connects. I think Dr. Balaji discussed this in detail, quite an eye-opening learning for me this morning before the lunch. But all that I would suggest is this connect need to be very, very stronger. What do I mean by that is, connect is not a one-time connect, right? Wherein we get the industry speakers. Yes, obviously what happens is, having interacted with so many students, I get to see they are quite enthused with, their in their minds, the dream, becoming rationalizing those dreams and moving towards reality. That's absolutely fine. But what is the momentum to keep that going on? Which means there should be a constant touch. And I am privileged to work with one of the institutes in Chennai, which is an NGO, which is called Everest. And what we do here is, this is basically for people, socially backward people. I'm telling the word socially backward, but skillfully they are forward. That I can tell you out of the interaction. If they were given an iPhone or an iPad or a computer, they would be much ahead, is what I think. So we do a session, 15 sessions, 15-hour session, wherein we have specific topics and we do mentor these people, right? So that kind of connects, a constant connect is much required. And the next part is orientation to faculties. I think gone are the days when people will listen to me if I say, I ask them to do something. Rather than that, if they see me doing that, there is a greater acceptance, which means I think we all, this is the right time that we have the orientation to faculties, because when there is a change, there is a saying actually, when the change of road roller rolls over you, if you are not part of the road, if you are not part of the change, you are part of the road, which means you can be a road roller or you can be on the road. That's the ultimate option. And if I say it, there is either a growth or there is no growth. There is no status quo. There is absolutely no status quo. Either we are part of the growth story, success story, or the loser story. That's up to us. Now, that is the reason. I think in the wake of all the technological developments that have been happening and the soft skills that have been spoken of, how the orientation to the faculties can enhance. And if I had to tell, I am as good as this presentation. I cannot say what I did 3 years ago. I may be a topper in a school. I may be a topper in a college 3 years ago. It doesn't matter. Now, what I'm presenting to you now, you gauge my capability based on that, and anybody for that matter. I think same thing happens. we would have done, excellent academic education some time ago. It's honing, right? It's honing our skills, sharpening our skills, as Stephen R. Covey says, right? That's very important. So how even the faculties can be part of this success story? That's very important. There is no way we can disregard them and just putting on the students. That's one part. Now, the next part and the very critical part, and this came out during our interactions with Professor Jaj, and thanks Professor Jaj for bringing this up. I owe this credit to you. So now research. So what research means is not the weight of the papers, the weight of the depth of the knowledge that we get out of this research. That's very, very important, right? So the word research itself is derived from the French word, which says rechercher, which is a continuous seeker of the knowledge. And let me tell you why research matters when we are talking about industry is, see, now I am handling a global tax profile, wherein I did study the India income tax. Now I am, as a part of my job, I am required to work on the US tax, French tax, Switzerland tax, Sweden, Germany, Spain, Japan, wherever the assignee goes. Now I cannot say that I have not been taught those during my college days, but the structure remains the same, and the orientation for research that would help us to look for the information, and that's very important. And the same thing should happen in the academia. In the sense, why are we always looking for Harvard Business Review? And our esteemed Professor Vaidyanathan, who was the former director of Indian Institute of Management, used to say one thing, right? Anything he publishes, if it is published in the India, not looked at a high esteem. If he sends it to New York and gets published, it is held at a high esteem. And that's the whole point there. I think we also should take the pride in our research and bring it to the forefront, rather than just for accomplishing, the doctorates or what have you. That's another part of it. The next is alumni expertise. So now there are a lot of ways how we can accomplish this, and alumni expertise is one of this. And I am sure, all the alumni would be in a very good position, and all that, like how Dr. Balaji mentioned, just a call from the college that can you be part of it? And trust me, they would be all the more willing to join, because as the professionals grow in their later career, they will realize that it is a time to give back, right? And that we call it as CSR, or the community initiative in the global terms, and which was already mentioned as a Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in our Indian culture, right? Which is quite strong, right? So that's the part of it. Definitely the alumni would come back to college, and how we encourage them. And again, I go back to what Balaji said, career offers. What a fantastic concept that I learned today, right? That can be something done. Now, from the industry perspective, if I were to look, right? So one is internship. So there are two parts to it. In the US, it is quite common, right? If anybody in our KPMG world, even before we hire anyone, we put them on internship across the various offices in the US. So what this means is they will work for 6 months or so. By that time, the candidate knows whether this job suits me, and also the company knows whether this candidate is suitable for the job, right? They explore many things. Now, after that, they can either terminate or continue based on the mutual agreement. Now, in India, there have been certain impediments to do this, and I am hopeful that will all the legal changes, now that is also being changed. If you see the scenario 15 years ago, after certain hours, people were not used to work overtime, and now that has been relaxed in the IT industry, need of the hour, need of the day, right? So now, hopefully, there have been some changes considering the current scenario over the last 1.5 years, and that is there coming anytime. That may pave the way for the internship even in India as well. That is quite possible. Now, what that means is I can be excited there is an internship, but the most important part is, am I up for it? Do I have the knowledge, skills, attitude to approach that internship? And that is what Mr. Bangalore Venugopal Krishnappa mentioned, right? About carrying the right attitude, right mindset. That's very important. Be ready. Don't wait that it will come. If it comes tomorrow, we should be able to grab before anybody. That's the whole point, right? Always the early entrants have the greatest advantage rather than just being the follower. So be a leader rather than follower, right? We can lead many things. That's the point. Next is simulations. While we have the data privacy issues, and the corporates are not freely available to share the data because they deal with a lot of sensitive data. but can we do some simulations, bring the actual scenario to a in laboratory scenario with all the facts and circumstances and help students to see, put them under stress, right? Stress is very, stress management now a lot of talked about, and even professionals at the age of 40 plus are grappling with this issue. Can we give those kind of training to the students through simulation, right? Everybody and anybody can do well when everything is going on. That's not the leadership. The leadership is the ultimate leadership is when things go wrong. How do I go take strides? That's the important factor. Now, the other part is invest in skill building. Nothing comes without an investment. And this is the exact point our previous speakers were mentioning, that the industries have to invest their time, their knowledge, their expertise in skill building. And obviously, I think convincing the industries that there is a stake for them, because this will ultimately reduce their training costs, right? For a long-term initiative. And one of the banking giants have been doing it. So what they do is they closely work with academia, and they mainly what they do is while these students are in their first year of their masters, they start training them. By the time they are finished their second year, they are in the industry, so that the lead time is also reduced, right? The other advantage is, think about for the corporates spending 6 months on the training, who the client will not wait for the delivery if somebody leaves. So they are getting the ready knowledge through this, the skill building. That's one part of it. And now the most important part, I wouldn't say the last but the least or what have you, the most important part is students. See, everything is revolving around the students. Whatever the efforts that have been done is for the students. And when will we all feel the joy of it? When we see the situation of somebody getting a job and being able to take care of their parents and being a nice citizen in the society, vis-a-vis how Dr. Venugopal Krishnappa mentioned about requesting for a job. That's not the right tone. If you are up for it, if you are skillful, I think everything will come in our way. That's the part. So now enhancing the employability skills is much important. 3 important aspects that I emphasize in my trainings. It is a pyramid. The bottom of the pyramid is knowledge, which takes the major part of it. So don't buy the thought that the academics will not add any value. If you are not strong in fundamentals, and if the basic criteria to join some of the jobs, it happened to me as well. In Toyota, they don't interview anyone if you have not cleared anything in the first attempt from your grade 10 through grade BCom completion, 5 years. So at that time, I cannot decide, whether the grades will matter or not. I am at the losing edge. That's the point. First is knowledge, and knowledge is, I can give an example. If you're good at doing the balance sheet, can you read a company balance sheet and make a sense out of it, right? What does the story? Are you able to make the story out of the balance sheet? Telling the balance sheet is not a big thing. Gone are those days. Can you make a story out of it? So company A compared to company B has been doing well. Our previous year, this has been the thing. What is the reason? That is the analysis. And let me tell you, while the artificial intelligence, machine learning, everything can take away, they can definitely take away the mundane job, but not the high-end analysis or a high level of competence. There is a saying, right? A machine can replace 40 ordinary men. No machine can replace 1 extraordinary man. And this is one of the things towards this being extraordinary. That's the point. So now the first is the knowledge. The second is the skills. There comes communication, personality, leadership, and also the interpersonal skills. These are the 4 things. I will not spend enough time because this has been talked a lot. Only thing I will tell you is, now since morning we have been discussed what has to be done and why has to be done. Now I will focus on how this has to be done. I can give you a simple example. If you are to enhance your communication skills, a very cost-effective method, I'm sure many of you are aware, there is a Communication and Leadership Excellence Institute, which is called Toastmasters, which is founded in US. And now this is across 145 countries. Unfortunately, there are only 360,000 people who are members, while many people aspire to be a greatest communicators. And there are only 365,000 people who have taken that first step to enroll that and start their excellence in communication and leadership journey. So now all the information is at your fingertips. It doesn't matter. The only thing is when we act on it, take advantage of it, and then show that effect in us. That's one part. And the next part is very quickly is attitude. I think unless we carry the attitude of gratitude, I think nothing will work. This reminds me of my interview panel experience few years ago. This person seemed to be a topper in one of the professional examinations, having passed the first attempt. And I asked a simple question that, can you tell me the golden rules of accounting? And my objective was not to test the knowledge, because that has been already tested, being a topper, time tested, well tested. Now, my point was to test the attitude. And the moment I asked, I could see the body language that the person exhibited. I have come here, passing it in the first attempt, and here you are asking me the basic fundamental question of what is the golden rules of accounting. So then after 2 questions, I said the interview is over. So then the person was asked, I expected 15 minutes of interview. I said it is interviewer's prerogative to ask as many questions as possible. I appreciate your time. Have a good day. Probably, I think the person has learned the lesson. I think out of the experience, I hope so. That's the point, right? So knowledge, skills, attitude. There is a lot to be done in that area. Now, on that note, let me move on to the closing thoughts, right? So since morning, I think the tap of knowledge is flowing. Now it's time to just take a pause. So now, if we look at the India success history, right? 2000 to now, if the IT revolution has not happened, I think there would have been a lot of unemployment. But I think there is a greater youth that have embraced this change, and that is how the India has become an IT, hub in the world. Now, I think we cannot just be complacent thinking that we have achieved the success. What that should teach us is how we can get inspired and use it as a springboard for our 2.0 success, I would say, right? So on that note, think positive, and there is a lot more to come. And I think the problems or the issues are transient. And I think standing above that, right? Eagle stands above the clouds. On that note, thank you, everyone. Let me pause here for any questions.
Anybody want to ask?
We can straightaway move to the interactive sessions. Time is limited.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir, for showcasing the present situation of the graduating students and also guiding us to overcome the same. Now I request Dr. George Thomas to deliver the concluding remarks.
Dear Purohit and dear Anand, both of you have done an excellent job by giving beautiful narrations about the significance and the linkage of industry with the academia and the other way. I do not want to prolong much. I just want to reiterate that whatever has happened from morning till evening today has been a great effort to give the student community and all those who are attending the seminar a clear signal that we must be ready to accept that new challenges. In other words, to get the right skill to cope up with industry must be the target of every student in the coming days. The second and the most important pointer is that teachers, parents, every one of us must try to put our hands in left side and right side and shoulders and back of our student community to move them, to push them towards innovation, at the same time giving them a clapping hand for whatever they achieve in the right sense. That means when they are getting the right knowledge for the right action in the industry, or in other words, output to the industry is what the industry giants want today. They do not want just graduates. They do not want just postgraduates. They do not want first class people. They do not want distinction people. They do not want rank holders. But what the industry wants are people ready to give the maximum output to the industry. This is the greatest lesson that has to be educated and taught to our beloved student world. And finally, let me also conclude that India has given a great relevance to the IT world, as just now our speakers were saying. Yes, IT world, India is leading, but you must also understand that the whole world is moving towards an arena of artificial intelligence, which is also a major area of IT sector. Through artificial intelligence, what man's brain can think cannot be done by any machine. But whatever man thinks, whatever the brain of man thinks, are being tried to be imitated through artificial intelligence. Yes, everywhere around the globe, this is going to have great access, no doubt about that. In the forest of Congo, where it is very dense forest, dangerous snakes, dangerous animals, everything is, man does not go there today. In that place, drones are sent, operated by artificial intelligence. You have very recently seen how Pakistan has tried to beat India through our frontiers. China was supplying the drones to Pakistan army, and those drones were flown into a territory. But because of the Indian capacity, IT capacity, our artificial intelligence capacity, we were able to break down all those 17 to 19 drones. Now, why I just quoted this? In the coming world, my dears, in the coming years, my dears, even the remote that you're using for your TV or mixie or your smartphone or your vehicle, everything is going to be under artificial intelligence and its influence. And in this coming years, if our youngsters are nowhere near artificial intelligence, they will also be nowhere near any kinds of acceptance. Here, I would like to reiterate that India, with 67% youth right now, in the coming decade, is going to be the real wealth of the world, not only in IT sector, in all the sectors. Our student community, our youth community has to be trained, has to be totally tracked, and their focus must be towards Loka Samasta Sugino Bhavantu. Let there be peace across the world, and the world must be enjoying with happiness in peace. This must be the focus of every youth around the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I express my gratitude to the chairperson of the session and all the speakers. I also thank Professor Savita, Professor Mamta, Professor Hemant, Professor Kumar from Department of Commerce.
Pratima, once again,
Yes, sir.
I would like to make one comment on this academia-industry linkage. Mr. Anant, rightly pointed out that academia and industry both have to rise to the occasion in providing and improving the skills of our students. On the part of the academia, I think we should establish a very strong connection with the industry. And on the part of the industry, I think the industry should come forward in providing internships to our students. But Mr. Anant, with my experience, I'm telling you, but still there is a lot of reluctance on the part of the industry to provide internship to our students. students, when I say our students, not students of Sindhi College alone, students in general. In fact, many principals, they have shared their experiences when we talk to the industries to provide internship to the students. Many of them, they do not come forward. They think it is a disturbance for them. They think it's really disturbing their daily activities and all that. So on this aspect, what's your opinion on that? Why the industries are, I mean, I understand that, they think that, allowing the students to interact with their workforce is a disturbing act for them. So why when they talk about that, when they say that we are not getting the trained people, we are spending a lot of money on training our employees and all that, they want the colleges to train the students with the necessary skills and all that. And they want to save on the training part. But at the same time, they don't allow the students to really participate in this internships and pick up the necessary skills. Of course, in our college, we are doing internships and all that, and many students, because of their good performance during the internship itself, they have been absorbed in the companies. Even such examples are there. But why don't the industry open up in a big way as far as the internships is concerned for the college students? And now in the new education policy, which you mentioned, the internship is, they want to, one of the prime aspects of the recommendations of the NEP is to make the internship compulsory for all the students. Why not of course, when I had a discussion with the policymakers or who wrote this NEP and all that, I asked them about this question and said industries have also come forward, but I don't, there is not much of visibility as far as that aspect is concerned. So what's your opinion about that?
Thank you, Professor Srikanta sir, for asking this question. Quite interesting. And there are two things to it. One is, while I am from the industry, I look at it in an objective way. I wouldn't say what industry is doing right, I'm not supporting, but I would take it in an objective way. So one thing is, I think unlike the West, here the industries are not still realizing the value of training those people. Like I gave an example of how this happens in the US, right? The internship. And now, as you rightly pointed out, I think the mindset is they are disturbing. No way. I think they are the future of the company, the future of the workforce. If somebody is considering them as disturbing, I think that itself is a disturbing, if you ask me, right? I think this has to do with the culture, the corporate culture, right? But as you pointed out, I'm glad that the NEP is making a mention of it. Now, the point is, till now, there were certain restrictions wherein interns or the part-time workers were not allowed, and that is slowly getting better from the legal perspective. Then the other perspective is not all the industries may be able to do it. I will tell you why. The reason is some of these data, as an example, deals with very critical individual data, and in the other parts of the globe, so these are called personally identifiable information. If somebody has to have access to it, and there is a lot of legal restrictions, and they have to sign a lot of agreements, which will not be possible unless an individual is an employee of the company. This is one scenario, but this will not be 100% of the scenarios in all the cases. Some of the cases are like this. So it is both actually. The industry has to take a step forward, realize, which I said some of the corporates are now doing, but this has to be done in a big scale. So which I think somebody has to start this, they get the ball rolling. I think how the conversations will go on between academia and industry, what is in for industry to do this? I think that is what, as a part of the business strategy, that is what they will look. And if we articulate that, I do feel that is a greater chance and to help address this problem.
And one more point is, see, when you told me about this, when you were talking about the skill development,
yep,
and what prevents integrating skills with the normal, education and all that. But actually, that this, in fact, Dr. George, gave the example of Japan. Yep. But probably I would like to give the example of South Korea. Now, the South Korea immediately after the independence, they got the independence almost when India got the independence, in the same year. So after that, in the last 75 years, now they have advanced so much, the South Korea, and now their per capita income is almost, it has gone up by almost 100 times or even more than that, right? Yep. So that is because of the importance given by South Korea on the skill development, And when it comes to US also, see, that is what I have seen, I have visited, community colleges in US. Even I made a study of the community colleges. I visited, in fact, community colleges in Dallas and Fort Worth and also Houston and all that. I visited El Centro College, Dallas, Houston Community College, then Tarrant County College, Fort Worth, and things like that. I made a study, and there is a huge demand for admissions to these community colleges in US, where skill development and employability skills are more important. In fact, the strength of the Houston Community College is around 50,000. 50,000 students have enrolled for the community colleges. But here, it is the mindset of the parents and the students which are really preventing from, mindset of the parents and students. Unfortunately, instead of, skill development and talking about the employment and all that, we are already talking, we have the.
Sir, you are on mute, Shrikanta sir.
We have craze for degrees,
Yes.
Whereas in other countries, for example, South Korea, they gave importance to skill development, and US and also, community colleges network is very strong, and each community college has exposed strength of around 40, 50,000 like that. Immediately after the grade, the intermediate, whoever is interested in higher education only, they will go for the regular university colleges. Otherwise, they will join a community college. But it is not happening in India. That is because of the mindset of the parents and students, actually. See, in our parents, we always want our children to become graduates. Whether they are useful for employment and all that, that's a secondary. But I want my son to be called a graduate.
Yeah.
Or my daughter to be called a graduate. That kind of mindset is there. Yeah. And in fact, that way, now, in fact, you remember, about 15 years back, our gross enrollment ratio to higher education is only around 23%. Now it has gone up to 26%. Okay. The remaining 74% who come out of the intermediate colleges and all that, they are not coming to the higher education. They are dropping out. To help those dropouts only after the intermediate, they started these job-oriented courses in India. But that was again a failure because many parents, or students, they don't patronize that. But now good thing is NEP has changed that concept. They want to integrate this vocational education into the main education. They want to integrate vocational education with the main education so that they can choose vocational subject as one of the optional subjects for their study. So that kind of arrangement, NEP is proposing it. So probably we have to change our mindset, actually. The parents have to change the mindset, and instead of, continuing with an education which really doesn't give us fruits, instead of that, probably, one has to pursue an vocational education or a subject which really provides us job. And, 90% of the students, they join a college only with the intention of getting a job. See, they think that the graduation is a passport for employment. So unless that concept, is a mindset, changes we bring out a change of mindset among the parents and students, probably we will not be able to really develop the skill, introduce the skill component in our institutions as a subject of study. I think that's what I really feel that way.
Thank you for your thoughts. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Sridhar.
Sir, Shrikanta, sir, I would like to take a few minutes to address your challenge you have, though from US context I'm speaking. Here, you rightly asked the right question, like we are not getting exposure or industry people are not cooperating and interacting with academia, right? So when I did my MBA, flocks of business leaders were coming and inviting for the internship. That's the attitude there. And from the college also, they have given opportunity for a business leader, Dutch Bros coffee joint, famous coffee joint, and He's a business leader and a political leader. They have given him a position in the academia as an adjunct business professor. And he comes and speaks, takes classes and all that. So academia also can do something here. You cannot say only students and parents are kind of hindering or whatever their mindset, but academia has to do it. You have to be problem solvers. You have to add value to industry. For example, if you're going to Amazon or Microsoft and all that, they will obviously ask what's in it. They're investing their time and resources. So what happens if just the students are going in and then there is no continuity? Then it's like a disturbance, as you rightly pointed out from the industry point of view. So there has to be a continuity. So I would recommend you have to build a good rapport based on trust, and faculty members, the lecturers, and everybody who stay with the college for longer time, they have to pursue these relationships so they can have continued value addition to the industry, because otherwise it's not going to happen. So there is a role I would see academia can play here. Thank you.
Thanks, Shri. Just to add on to that, so from the parents' perspective, I can see why they see only marks as a passport to their success, because at their ages, it was like that. You get through graduation or degree and get a job and you are settled in life. Now, it's hard for parents to understand all these changes because they're already struggling or grappling with their own job, and all that they need is their son or daughter to be a shining star in the professional industry. So that way, I think, the onus on the parents definitely will, over a period of time, can change. But I think somewhere this change has to be initiated. And once we make them realize, the marks are not the only the mandate or the measure for success, I think that is when they will change. But I think this is happening even in the parents' mind. I have heard parents allowing students to pursue their passion rather than forcing you go for medical or you go for engineering. I think that's the first step towards that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir,
I can go ahead. Yeah.
Sir, sorry for the...
Yeah, Pratima, you can go ahead.
Yes.
Sir, actually,
wants to say something.
Sir, I have a... Sir?
Thank you very much to all the speakers, Ananda and Purohit, as well as Dr. Srikanta, for supporting us to conduct this session in a very beautiful way. I now once again express our gratitude from Aware International Institute to Sindhi College for this excellent arrangements made. Thank you.
Yeah, Pratima, you can go ahead. Yeah.
Jayashree ma'am is having something.
It's okay. Carry on. Actually.
Yeah, it's getting late, no?
Yes, sir. No problem.
Yeah. Please carry on, Pratima.
Yeah. That was a very interactive session, sir. So thank you all. Thank you all the speakers and the chairperson, as well as our principal Srikanta, sir, for such valuable inputs and a great discussion. I also take this opportunity to thank our technical support team, Professor Savita, Professor Mamta, Professor Hemant, Professor Kumar from Department of Commerce, and Professor Ritu from Department of Management, without which conducting this session in a very smoothful manner was quite difficult. So we are coming to the end of this technical session. Now I request Professor Nandini, Department of Management, to take over the valedictory session.
Thank you, Ms. Pratima. Hope I am audible.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Don't read success stories. You will get only a message. Read failure stories. You will get some ideas to success, said Dr. Kalam. Good afternoon to one and all. I, Ms. Nandini, Assistant HOD and Associate Professor from the Department of Management, take this opportunity in welcoming you all to the valedictory program of today's international webinar. To begin with, I take pride in welcoming the chief guest of the program, Shri Prakash R. Narang. Shri Prakash R. Narang is currently the Chairman, Planning and Development Committee, of Sindhi College. He is a commerce graduate from St. Joseph's College, a successful businessman, and also the chairman, Philosophical and Cultural Committee, chairman for New Membership Committee of Sindhi Seva Samiti. Sir has also been the honorary secretary, Sindhi Chamber of Commerce for 8 years, Sindhi Chamber of Commerce chairman in FKCCI. Sir has also held positions like honorary joint secretary and treasurer of the college. I'm happy and proud to share with you all that Shri Prakash Narang has been conferred with Sindhi Seva Ratna Award by Sindhi Federation of South India. He strongly believes in openness to learn will keep the mind and the thought process young. He has been a guiding force and a support in conducting any program of such magnitude. I once again welcome you, sir, and request you to speak a few words on this occasion. Over to Prakash, sir. Prakash, sir.
Sir, Mr. Prakash.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you're audible.
Yes. Education is a means for empowerment and socio-economic development. In spite of exponential growth in the number of higher education institutions and several quality enhancement initiatives undertaken by UGC and MHRD, higher education institutions have failed to a certain extent in producing employable graduates. In fact, higher educational institutions are repeatedly criticized for not producing employable graduates. Therefore, employability of graduates has emerged as both a key priority and a big challenge for higher educational institutions. As per several reports, only about 20% of the graduates are employable, and the rest lack employability skills. Large number of students struggle to find placement, and the higher educational institutions are grappling with new methodologies to meet the fast-growing demand for skill-integrated learning. Apart from the knowledge and job-specific skills, it is absolutely necessary to impart employability skills to the students so that they stand out in the crowd and become employable. The need of the hour is to prepare the students for achieving success in a highly volatile and competitive global market scenario. This situation has been further complicated due to the pandemic. Safeguarding the interests of the students and their employability are critical priorities as we enter this period of transition. The positive aspect of the problem is that many institutions have already initiated and adopted concrete measures aimed at enhancing student employability outcomes. Many institutions have established dedicated placement centers and incubation centers whose mandate is to address the challenge faced by the students. Work-integrated learning should be the priority of all education institutions. In this direction, I'm really happy that a college, in association with Aware International Institute, has organized on a topic contextually relevant. Very relevant aspect of this webinar is that the speakers are drawn from both academia and the industry. Building academia and industry linkage is very important, and the organizers have achieved this objective. Few hundred participants had useful interactions with the experts. I hope that the participating institutions and the faculty ponder over the outcome of the deliberations of the webinar and implement many ideas, concepts that were deliberated upon, thus facilitating the employability of students who are the prime stakeholders. I once again thank the principal and the faculty of Sindhi College and Aware Aware International Institute for organizing international webinar on the topic employability global scenario.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your views on the topic of today's webinar. It's my privilege to welcome our guest speaker, Dr. M. Jayappa, to this program. Dr. M. Jayappa is currently serving as the principal of Sangoli Rayana First Grade Constituent College, Belagavi, Karnataka. Formerly, he was the principal of RBNMS First Grade College, Bengaluru. Presently, he is the president of Bangalore University First Grade College Principals Association. He has also been active in several prestigious positions like treasurer, executive committee member, general secretary, joint secretary, and so on. As a researcher, he has carried out research work extensively and has published several books and journals in commerce and management, research papers at national and international level. Dr. Jayappa has been instrumental in organizing several seminars, conferences as an advisor committee member, chairman, coordinator, chief advisor, and so on. Sir also has been an active life member and a member of reputed academic bodies like Indian Commerce Association, Bangalore University Council for Teachers of Commerce and Management, Board of Examiners, and so on. Sir, we are very happy to have you amidst us today. With this, I once again welcome Dr. M. Jayappa and request him to address the participants. Over to Dr. Jayappa.
Thank you, madam. Sir, you are audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So, good afternoon, everyone who are participating in our international webinar. So, first of all, I thank the Sindhi College Management, Principal Dr. Shrikanta, and staff members, and our Aware International Institute for giving me an opportunity to participate in one day's international seminar on employment and employability in global scenario. So since morning, so this is mega webinar in the day. So the only 2 resource person in the introductory as well as valedictory, 2 resource person, maximum is 4 to 5. But in this seminar, we are using 20 resource person since morning. So the 11 o'clock to till. So we are using the maximum resource persons with different fields, academia as well as industry. And also I congratulate George and as well as Pileswamy. So first of all, this program, before bringing this program, they discussed with me. So we have planned to organize this one-day international seminar on this topic. So where we organized. So immediately I suggest our guru or our mentor, Dr. B.S. Srikanta's name. So any new programs, innovations takes place through Dr. B.S. Srikanta. He is a mentor for our principal association, even our teachers association, wherever we go there. So we are using his maximum services and all innovative methods using through him only. So Dr. Pileswamy will be very happy. Then we organized this one day's international seminar on this employment and employability in global scenario. So regarding this seminar, so I am very happy, and once again I congratulate the George and team. So for bringing this much of resource person for one day seminar, and especially as per our traditional methods, several institutions we are providing the good education, but without skill-based education. So what type of skills we required. So as per the needs of the market, as per the needs of the industry, as per the needs of the service sector. So today we can provide such type of trainings to our students. Those students is fit for industry or any concern or any service sectors. But today you are enlightening everyone. So this much of programs is very essential in all the institutions. Even all these things keep in mind. Our central government will be introduce the national education policy. In the national education policy, so whatever the subjects they adopted, majority of the subjects is skill-based subjects. So even earlier speakers, our Ramchandra Gowda will be expressed. So the up to 4 years or the 5 years degree will be going on. So as and when the candidate or the student will be wish to quit from the education, either for 1 year or the 2 year or the 3 year or the 4th year, on the basis of their convenient. So such type of education will be brought by the government of India through the national education policy. And whatever the skill-based subjects, so the earlier we have all our subjects is academic related subjects. But even in the new education policy, as per your today's all the resource persons mainly concentrate on industry-wise, service-wise, and concern-wise. So the first we can provide the training. Such type of institutions come forward, then easy to provide the jobs to our graduates. And today, so our principal is we knows very well. So even in Bangalore, we are not easy to get our students to do the project in the companies. How we provide the internship and others. So the earlier last two speakers, they are expressed in a good manner, sir. But such facilities, we are not get such facilities even in Bangalore. How we get in rural area and others. So the first training institutions is required. On the basis of training, so even as per the new education policy, first year we 3 to 4 skill-based stream subjects are there. So even 2 languages are there and 2 major subjects are there. So in such a way, so everyone will be prepared for such type of programs. And so once again, I thank the organizers, especially my mentor and my guru, Dr. B.S. Srikanta, as well as George is one of the old friend, and PSP Swami, and all the organizers, especially Asha and Nandini and others, they are all working with our team. So earlier also, now year after also, we are working with the same team. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words on the seminar topic. And really, it's indeed our pleasure also, sir, to associate with you. And you have been kind of role model for all our commerce and management teachers, I can say. You have been, from a long time, we have been under your guidance. We have learned a lot, sir. When it comes to academics or anything, we have learned a lot from you, and we are happy to know from you more in future as well, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nandini.
Now I request our Vice Principal, Professor Asha, to propose the vote of thanks. Over to Professor Asha.
Before that, I'll take 1 minute or 2 minutes. On my personal behalf, I would like to express my deep sense of gratitude to the management of our institution, President of our Sindhi Seva Samiti, Mr. Madan Daulat Ram, the Chairman of the college, Sri Prakash R. Narang, office bearers and other members of the Sindhi Seva Samiti, and also Sindhi College for their encouragement and unstinted support in conducting all the academic activities of the institution. And they are like the rock of Gibraltar, on which I can lean back very safely and also confidently. And they are always there with us, providing all the encouragement and the support to carry out all the activities in the institution. I'd also thank Dr. George, the chairman of the Aware International Institute, Dr. Valsa George, the principal of Aware International Institute, the chief guest, Professor Ramchandra Gowda, all the guests of honors, chairpersons of the technical sessions, the speakers of the technical sessions, my learned colleagues, conveners and co-conveners of this international webinar, heads of the departments of all the departments, members of the organizing committee, staff members of Sindhi College, members of the technical committee, and all my learned colleagues who have helped, who are constantly, who have worked for the last 10, 15 days in organizing this function and this international webinar, and so successfully. The success of in fact, as you can see, this international webinar has witnessed a very grand success, and it has been a grand success. And this success, the credit of this conducting this webinar goes to all my learned colleagues who have toiled hard for the last 15 days to make this webinar a grand success. I once again thank my colleagues and also the associating institutions, the speakers, and the chairpersons, and also Dr. Jayappa. In fact, I'm very happy that Dr. Jayappa, when I was in RBNMS, he joined, I had the privilege of appointing him as a lecturer in RBNMS First Year College. And now in the last 25 years, he has grown as a very giant in the field of commerce and management in Bangalore University. So I really congratulate Dr. Jayappa, who has grown to this level with his personal talent, and also with his personal abilities and all that. He has grown to this level. And I take this opportunity to congratulate him. And also I once again thank all my colleagues who are directly responsible for the success of this webinar. I also thank the management, and I thank Professor Sri Prakash R. Narang, who is really a guiding spirit and who is there with me always, giving all the support for the conducting in all the various activities and also in the development of the institution. Over to Asha.
Yes, sir. Gratitude makes a sense of our part, brings peace for today, and creates a vision for tomorrow. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I, Professor Asha N., Vice Principal of the college, gives me an immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks on the occasion of highly expedient international webinar on employment and employability in the present global scenario in association with Aware International Institute, Kochi, Kerala. I take this opportunity to thank Sindhi College management for their constant support and encouragement in organizing any such programs in the college. My deep sense of gratitude and special thanks to Shri Madan Daulatram, President Sindhi Seva Samiti, and Shri Prakash R. Narang, Chairman Sindhi College, for gracing this occasion. My deep regards and heartfelt thanks to Professor Ramachandra Gowda, Vice Chancellor, Rani Chennamma University, Belagavi, the chief guest for today's international webinar. We are greatly encouraged by his gracious presence and immensely benefited by his inspiring words. My heartfelt thanks to Dr. George Thomas, Chairman, and Professor Valsa George, Principal, Aware International Institute, Kochi. Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to get associated with your institute and organize this one-day international webinar. My sincere thanks to Dr. B.S. Shrikanta, our beloved principal from Sindhi College and chief mentor of today's webinar, who is the guiding force of this exemplary webinar. And sir, you are an inspiration for everyone. My gratitude to the guest of honor during inaugural session, Professor Pillai Swami, former principal, APS College, GSMI Fellow, Michigan, USA, Managing Director, PICTR Private Limited. I take this opportunity to thank all the resource persons of various technical sessions for accepting our invitation and enlightening us with their immense knowledge and throwing light on various aspects of employability and employment and employability in the present global scenario. Firstly, Dr. Meera Venkat, President and CEO, RISE Global. Dr. Jacob Kresta, Founder and Chairman, CM Enviro Systems Private Limited. Mr. B.K. Venugopal, Head of Professional Service for India and MEA. Dr. S. Ramesh, Dean International Programs and Partnerships, Mount Carmel College. Dr. M.S. Balaji, ED and CHRO Critical Facility Digital Private Limited and International Coach. Mr. Sridhar Purohit, software development and quality professional in Fortune 500 companies, iCloud Technologies, Amazon, Azure USA. Mr. Ananta Lakshmana Rao, Associate Director, KPMG. My gratitude and sincere thanks to the guest of honor for a valedictory session, Dr. M. Jayappa, Principal Sanguli Raina, first grade Constituent College, Belagavi. I thank all the participants from across the nation and the globe for showing interest in this webinar and joining us. My thanks to the conveners and the co-conveners of this event, Professor Jayashree Tambad, HOD Department of Commerce, Professor Shishikala, HOD Department of Management, Professor Srihari, Coordinator, Incubation Center, Mr. Tami Muhammad, Placement Officer. My special thanks to the technical team. I thank all the staff members who have worked hard to ensure that this webinar becomes a grand success. Last but not the least, I thank our students for taking part in this webinar. So thank you everyone for joining us.
I thank you also, ma'am, for being there with us for in all our academic endeavors. Thank you once again. The feedback link has been provided in the chat box. All the participants are requested to fill in the feedback form with which you are going to get your certificates. With this, we come to the end of the program. Thank you all once again.
Thank you, Dr. Jaj. Thank you, Anant. Thank you, Purohit, and all my colleagues. Dr. Valsab. Yeah. We had a wonderful session.
Thank you, Dr. Srikanta, for this wonderful support given to this seminar.
Yeah.
And in the future, let us hope so we will be able to join hands with a few more international webinars.
Thank you, Mr. Prakash, Chairman of our college. Prakash is there, sir. You are there on the line?
He's there, sir.
He's there. Sir, thank you, sir.
Please extend our thanks to Mr. Madan and Mr.
Yes,
Prakash and all your colleagues from my heart.
Thanks to everyone. I thank all my colleagues, co-conveners, conveners, and staff members, vice principal, technical committee members, and all that. Though I don't want to, the list is so long, I don't want to take the names, but I thank every one of you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, the whole team has worked so well. The whole team has worked so well, and you have made it a grand success. Thank you once again. And of course, the same spirit will continue the days come. And we have a big challenge. This month, we have a very big challenge to face the peer team of NAAC peer team, and we'll all do it. I know you'll all do it. You have that strength and ability to do it properly also, and we'll be definitely successful in the next challenge also. We'll come out successful also. Thank you. I think we can end the meeting, Dr. Judge.
Yes, doctor, we can wind up.
Okay. Thank you.
So shall I end the meeting here?
Yes.
Yes, you can.